Okay, I should be back now. We'll give it just a second to make sure that, yeah, it looks okay now. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and jump into another game here. But we should be back online with no problems. Alright, so if we're looking to our hero choices, we're looking at either something like Sir Galahad or Charon. I think both are pretty good. I actually think that Galahad is probably better than Charon, but they're pretty close. It sort of depends on how lucky you are. Galahad ends up being probably better if you get a lot of triples, whereas Charon, on average, is always going to be at least okay. I think we'll take Galahad. Alright, so take a look at our lobby real quick here. Pretty decent lobby overall. I would like a couple of these units, actually. I don't mind Blind Mouse. I think we're actually going to start out with this Lonely Prince here. And I think I'm going to let both of these go. We're not going to be extremely strong on our turn one. Our board wasn't great. Looks like he ended up getting a donkey, so that Merlin is going to farm this lobby a bit. There's not much we're going to be able to do about that. I believe here we can do a unicorn plus a spell. And then just lock the unicorn pair. Ideally, we want to try and hit a treasure once we have a full board of units. Sometimes that's not an option, and we're just given one early, and we should just take it. But the more units that you can get buffed, the better, and the higher HP those units are, the better. Some of the builds that are pretty strong on Galahad, dwarves, because a lot of times you don't have to remove your low-tier dwarves until you're super late in the game. Unfortunately, looks like our opponent did find a spell for his Billy Goat, so we are a bit behind on that. So it looks like here we have the Rainbow Unicorn. I can actually take a couple more units before needing to pick this. I can pick this to flip our frog, and I can actually grab one of them and then lock. And then we can buy another unit and then pick up the unicorn next turn. I'm going to try and put the Sure Shot in the back to hopefully have these units run through and this get to shoot more than once. But yeah, this is an example on where we could have taken the treasure this turn, but we would have minimized the amount of buff that we get. So I think it is correct to take some of the other units, wait, and then do the upgrade next turn when you have more units. Depending upon what shows up here, we may end up buying two and then locking it again. But we'll see. It is an option that I would consider to be decent. We are likely going to lose this combat given that we're against Devella and they have the cats, but not much we could do there. Alright, so the Crafty is actually okay. Seeing as that we are going to have a treasure, it'll be decently sized. Unfortunately, we're fighting against the Merlin, which we know has a decent sized donkey. So I think we need to be a bit bigger, so I will go ahead and do it this turn. And I think we need to try and be as strong as we can, so I'm going to take the Shepherd's Sling. And I am also going to buff the Ranger in the back here. So I think we're going to arrange it something like this. This giving +2 health to these 3 units. And we want to try and present something that we know was lethal to the donkey at the time. Which in this case is an 8 or a 7 attack. Hopefully you didn't buff it up too much. There might not be much that we're going to be able to do against it either. but he presumably will be pretty strong here. It is a 10-15, so if this smashes into that, then we have a chance here. Alright, excellent. So, because we knew what our opponent had, since we're the ones that unfortunately allowed him to flip it with the Polywoggle, we were able to arrange our board in such a way that we minimized the amount of times that donkey could trigger, which helped us tremendously there, at least as far as saving a little bit of health. So it's Salty on Wonder Waddle here. These units are pretty useless, so I think I'm going to roll at least once. I don't mind the Spellweaver, and I don't mind the Hippocampus combo. The Spellweavers are a bit awkward since we don't have the ability to cast a spell this turn, so they're just going to be 2/4s. Though I do like that it is a pair. We would have to sell a unit to pick up another one. Since we're probably picking up these two, I think I may as well just do both, like so. And then we'll sort of put him here. Again, we're kind of relying on this Sure Shot to be to carry this a little bit for us. There's not much that we can do to work around that. I don't mind the Spellweaver pair, but it is not always something that's going to scale very well to the late game unless we end up getting some of the tier 3 treasures that are really good with it. Hat Ball, for example. So I think I'm going to let it go for 6 gold and then hope to pick up some of the pairs that we already have. So unfortunately, Salty's ranged unit is a bit bigger because he has a treasure that supports it. And he has a pig in the back. Hopefully this shoots here. Alright, excellent. So we should be able to complete this combat without much trouble. Alright, so we did get a bit of extra gold there too. I like picking up the Hippocampus pair. I believe that we can rearrange these a bit now. We might just have one of the Hippocampuses in the front. The one that has a little bit more health I think is fine, because this is going to die pretty early. I'm trying to decide if this Wish Upon a Star is correct here, or if we should just take the pair. The pair has a lot of potential in that it can put us into Royals, but without having a spell to actually flip them, they're pretty useless on the board right now. Realistically, they're just a 1/11, which is not that exciting of a unit. I think I'm going to Wish Upon the Star and then just roll and see if we can lock a nice 4 for next turn. So this is the option of a Bearded Vulture. We have a little bit of animals, some of this and this. This would be a 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 if we kind of move all in, which isn't bad. We would have to remove a unit, probably the Crafty, which does make us a bit weaker. We'd have to put these in the front. I don't actually hate Vulture. I think we'll take it. It's not the strongest unit ever, and it really doesn't go much with what we've already got. But there are definitely worse units that we could have there. So our opponent has 2 pretty big unicorns. Donkeys, rather. Which can be problematic. Luckily, they don't really have much follow-through beyond that, so we should get an extra EXP here, which is pretty nice. This is going to get us a little bit closer to Tier 5. So we're really only buying, or being forced to buy 1 unit at this tier, or 1 Tier 4 shop. So I'm going to buy this, and I'm going to go ahead and roll. Interesting. So there are Godmother synergies that we could have. We could be good units. Which is a bit awkward because the Black Cat really doesn't fit in that realm. So we're kind of allowing ourselves to be pulled in 2 different directions right now. So we have our Vulture or the Fairy Godmother, and really we are going to have to just pick one and stick with it because going into both is really not ideal. I think in this instance what we're going to do is we're going to put this in the front, and we're going to just grab the Lonely Prince and have the Vulture as our large unit, something like this. And then I'm just going to go ahead and roll. The reason that we picked this up is that it's a pair. I'm actually going to go ahead and lock this Hippocampus, given that we need the triples. We may pick up one of these other units in addition to that, possibly the Lady of the Lake. We'll have to see kind of how much damage we take on this turn on whether or not the Lady of the Lake is something that we can fit in here. But getting extra stats on that unit isn't bad. So we did keep him from getting to 6 this turn, which is nice. Our Vulture died, though, so we may be a bit too weak to win this combat. Him killing that for free was really bad. But we do have a large range unit in back, which may be able to snipe. Unfortunately, combat broke in a way that was not ideal for us. We definitely had a chance to be able to win there, but he shot some pretty good hits, which that'll happen sometimes. I don't think we actually are going to end up having spot for the Lady of the Lake, so we're just going to go and take the campus now. So we do get a treasure. I don't think Eye of Ares is correct here. Crystal Ball is okay. I think we're just going to take Sting. And then we can kind of rearrange it so that the unit that it's going to die more than once has a chance to be in the front. We're going to enroll because we're on 5. Something that would be a good pickup would be like a Baby Bear. I think it would be probably ideal here. So we do find another treasure. Is this what we want to take here? We can put this back in for this turn, or possibly the chicken. Because the crafty is going to be reasonably sized here. Alternatively, we could sell the chicken and the crafty and buy the stag. That doesn't feel super great, so we're just going to take the treasure. We'll go ahead and take the Crown of Atlas, and we will put the crafty in. Against Gwen, it might be correct to sell the chicken for the lightning bolt, but I would rather hold off on that for now. I want to see if we can get a little bit better turn 5 next turn. Picking up a Baby Bear would be really nice for this cat. Or finding an EXP spell. So having the extra 2 gold is probably worthwhile there. So we're pretty strong, mostly because we got a bit of a boost from our extra EXP and a couple of extra gold from a few people with pigs. But we have taken a lot of damage, so that is not ideal. I'm going to pick this up because it's a pair. We could use this. It would give us access to 3 tier 5 units, but I don't think it's worth it since we're already on 5. So I'm going to go ahead and roll. I will grab Cinderella because she will, at some point, allow us to guarantee a trigger of our hero power. So that'll be very good once we're on 6. If we decide to be good boy or something along those lines, we can force a trigger later. I am going to go ahead and roll. This is nice, but we're pretty far away from that being necessary. Triple Tilde, I do appreciate the raid. Yo, what's up? How was your stream? I don't mind the Merlin's test on the Hippocampus, but I think we're just going to roll and look for something a little bit stronger. Cupid is pretty good. I think we can sell this, buy this. I really want to buy that, but I don't want to. I don't want to sell much beyond that. Not sure if that was ideal to switch out, but I kind of ran out of time a bit there. We're going to take a little bit of damage in this spot, given that the dragon is going to kill our backline. And we've been relying on that quite a bit. Damscene and Tilde, I do appreciate the follows. Nice. Yeah, I think this game's pretty great. Definitely worth playing. Kind of a good place to be right now. Yeah, so I do want this Cupid, so I don't know what we're going to get rid of. It's a bit awkward, because a lot of our units are really strong here. And, you know what, I'm just going to maybe give up on the Cinderella. Because I just don't see, like, it doesn't feel like we're going to have enough time to be able to actually do the quest for her. Which feels kind of bad, but sometimes you just have to give up on a unit if it's not going to work out. So we're going to buff this. That ends up giving it plus 3/3. We're going to pick this up, which will give it another plus 2/1, which makes it a pretty good unit. Are we in the spot where if we take Shepherd's Sling, that makes us strong enough to... Or sorry, if we replace Shepherd's Sling for Needle Nose Daggers, that'll help us win combat here? It's basically the question that I'm asking myself right now. I want to make sure that we're strong enough to win combat, and we really only need to keep the daggers for like 2 turns to make it worthwhile. Yeah, I think it's probably fine. So we'll get rid of this. Makes us a little bit weaker in some spots, but overall probably stronger. I am going to go ahead and lock the Sure Shot triple here. Sure Shot very well may end up back in our comp at some point, but I think it's pretty close on which way I arrange that, because it sort of depends on where the Friendly Spirit boss ends up. The double Lightning Blast was pretty good for our opponent, but in this case did not end up killing anything because we had a pretty fat backline. So our opponent got a Good Boy, which is pretty good for him, but not really ideal in this exact scenario. He really doesn't have any support for it. So our Cupid was able to get an extra unit killed there. So we were able to deal him some damage. But our opponent does have a Good Boy, so he can be pretty scary and will be later. So I am going to pick the Sure Shot, buff our team up. In this spot, I think we can get rid of the Needle Nose Daggers now for the Runestones. Given that we're on 6, it's very easy for us to find a tier 5 from like this Friendly Spirit pair or a tier 6 treasure. So that's kind of what we're going to be looking for. Green Knight is a decent unit. How do we want to rearrange this? I think we're kind of past the Bearded Vulture stage now. And we're kind of past the Rainbow Unicorn stage, I think. Because they're a bit small. So I think we could swap out the Green Knight back here and then just have some pretty strong units in the front. That's kind of what I'm feeling. This guy's pretty big too. Yeah, I'm kind of done with this Black Cat, and I think this Vulture is a bit past his prime. So I'm going to pick this up, and I'm not really sure how to arrange these. It's possible that the Friendly Spirits just don't need to be in the first 2 spots, but this is how we're going to leave it for right now. Medusa attacking first and killing one of these is not ideal, but it'll end up working out because we have the Sting plus Green Knight on it. Losing a backline unit does kind of suck, though. Hopefully this is something that's not great. Lordy's not ideal for him. So we're able to kill a couple units for free. This should be able to get in and attack that, and then this is not going to be strong enough. So that combat ended up working out for us okay, even though we got the donkey really early. Alright, so looking at this, we're looking to either pair this up or get some other 6s, so given that there are no 6s here, we can kind of roll past it. We could Evil Twin the Green Knight, which isn't bad actually. I'm not sure how we arrange it then. Possibly leading with Cupid, and maybe we just take one of these Friendly Spirits out. Even the Sure Shot isn't that good here. I don't mind this actually. Having a pair of 6s is typically going to be pretty strong. Big Pigs. Yeah, I don't mind the Big Pigs. I don't mind them. So the reason that I like the Big Pigs here is that they are reasonably strong. This is the equivalent of, what, a 34, roughly. And it gets even better if they hit on the Green Knight. So that was not the perfect one. Ideally, we would have hit the Vulture so that the Vulture is able to hit one of his frontline units. So him having double Big Pig here is pretty bad for us. Because he's getting scaling and we really kind of aren't, which kind of sucks, but we'll have to see what the outcome is once everything shakes out. If I had to guess that if this Cupid doesn't get a second attack, we're going to be in a tough spot. But if he does get a second attack, we'll have a chance. So it looks like the double Vulture is going to be a bit too big for us to deal with. And then this is going to shoot here. So we do take a lot of damage there unnecessarily. If our Cupid had shot a little bit better, we'd have been in a better spot. This is why normally you'd want to backline the Cupid, which I think is what we're going to do going forward. And then just rearrange it like this. The Cupid only getting one shot off was really bad there. So we're going to go ahead and roll. We're looking for, again, tier 6 units or this triple here. I think we're going to give up on the Friendly Spirit. We could make this good again. Not sure how relevant that actually is right now, unless we specifically find a good boy. Go and roll. That was pretty unlucky. Us finding actually nothing kind of sucks. We might just pick up this Nian, so that if we don't die on this combat, that we actually have a chance of getting... we would have a chance of getting a tier 6 treasure from the runestones. But we've been pretty unlucky at 6 here, unfortunately. I rearrange it like this a bit because we want the pigs to hopefully die and get the sting. If it doesn't happen, that's okay, but if the hippocampus takes 2 hits and then dies... so our opponent has an Excalibur, so we're pretty screwed here. Because he's going to be resummoning 2 50/50s. We have a chance at winning, depending upon how some of the combat breaks with this Cupid. Basically, we're going to have to get multiple shots off with the Cupid for this to work out, which doesn't seem like it's going to happen, so... we'll take our result. Kind of a disheartening tier 6 board there, but we'll take a 5th. Alright, kind of a disappointing Galahad game. But that happens sometimes. I mean, we had an okay mid game, and then once we got on 6, we really didn't find shit, did we? It's possible that we could have kept the Friendly Spirit and gotten a tier 5 treasure and done something with that, but not ideal. That's okay. We'll go ahead and queue again. I'll update our MMR 6-4. Okay, perfect. That's alright. What's nice is that every game has its own independent thing, so even if you get a little unlucky in one, you can just move on to the next one. Q should pop pretty shortly here. All right, let's see what we get. Interesting. I would have expected it to pop. Usually about 130 it expands out the range that you can join. Okay. So here we have an option of Tiger or Mask, basically. I think we're going to go ahead and take Mask. So with Mask, really, you just want to build whatever the strongest board that you can based on what you're offered over the first several turns. And then from there, you can figure out what your hero power is, and then that'll really dictate how the rest of your game's going to go. I do think we're going to take this Unicorn here. I think it's the strongest unit on the board. And I actually don't mind locking the Magic Research, whether we end up taking the Baby Root or whatever unit pops up here. The Magic Research on the Unicorn makes us quite a bit stronger on the next turn. And there's not going to be much else that we're going to find that'll be terribly much better. So we found a Blind Mouse. There is no Wonder Waddle in this game, so I actually don't mind picking up the Blind Mouse and doing something like this. So we do have a chance that we're going to use Mask and turn into Wonder Waddle, which then makes having 1 or 2 Blind Mice really strong. And even if we grab Waddle and we only Waddle for a couple of rounds while we are on Tier 3, that's still fine, because we can just Mask out of it, use the Dream in a couple of turns, and then switch into a more tempo-related hero power. Or, sorry, a more late-game hero power. So we should do fine here. It's an interesting strategy on skip to cast Shrink there. Probably not what I would have done, but I don't know what the board was, so you never know. But we got to keep the buff on our Unicorn here, which is really nice. So unfortunately, we're up against Jack's Giant, so we're going to be pretty weak, given that all of his frontline units have an extra 2 health. So I actually think it may be worth saving health by getting Humpty Dumpty here. Normally I'm not a big fan of Humpty Dumpty, because I find him to be pretty medium, but he can actually smash into a unit and eat it. The Cinderella's okay, but we're getting her a little late here. If I see her again in the next shop, I would probably buy her, but it's probably not worth a lock. Especially if we end up getting into Wonder Waddle. Skip is not an option. Evella is also potentially an option that we could go into. A couple good choices on our next turn. Yeah, we're just going to get smashed here. The Jack's Giant player is very strong. He must have shrunk because he has an entire extra unit on us. So that was unfortunate. We're a bit behind in economy now because of the egg, but I'm going to go ahead and it was all a dream. We'll see what we get. So we could be Evella. We could be Pied Piper. These are kind of the early heroes. Trophy Hunter is better later. The Fates, again, is also better later. I think we'll just take Evella, and we will try to sort of make ourselves as strong as we can this turn. Shadow Assassin is okay. It would get +3, so it'd be like a 4/4 ranged in the back. Another consideration was just picking Shadow Assassin and Wormrooting it right away. I think I'm actually just going to roll once and see if we can get a better evil unit. So I am going to grab Queen of Hearts, though it is a bit awkward here because it's only going to be getting +4 this turn. But that's going to allow us to set up better for next turn to grab a cat or something along those lines. So we're going to be probably stabilizing at about 28 health or so would be my guess. Assuming that our opponent found a spell. He very well may not have. We might stabilize here. Yeah, it looks like we stabilized here. Interesting. He was pretty weak for Potion Master. Not finding a spell early on to allow you to actually be a little bit stronger is a bit unfortunate for him there. So assuming that we're going to stay on Evella for a turn or two, I'm going to roll away from this shop and see if I can find an animal of some sort. Polywoggle is technically an animal, though it is not evil, which is a bit awkward. One of the things that we can do is we can pick this up and Vampire. They'll both get buffs similar to the Queen of Hearts. I don't love Vampire. I think Poly's a little weak here. So I think I'm going to roll. We're going to pick this mouse to get the triple. Alright, so we got a new plan. We're just going to take Gilded Harp, and then we're going to be able to make some pretty strong boards out of that. These are not ideal in this world. They're pretty small units. I guess I should take an animal. Yeah, we'll take an animal, and then we'll hopefully be able to leverage the Gilded Heart a little bit better next turn. We may even switch out of Evella We're going to use it for this turn to get the extra +4/+4 on this, but I think next turn I'll probably switch off of it. Now, if we were something like Fates, it would be significantly better. Yeah, our opponent's going to smash us a bit here. Yeah, so there's 28. It's about where I thought we might stabilize, given how the game went. Wow, double golden chicken to sort of scale out of this. So I'm going to pick up the Cinderella so that we can get a treasure from these early ones. And I'm going to All's Dream out of this. So we're going to see what we're finding. So we are not going to have a lot of treasures early because of the tiger. These are not really the best units I've ever seen to turn into. Maybe we do take the tiger and just try and get the Cinderella treasure. Or we just take Pan's Shadow and get a bit of a discount on some of our units. I don't really hate that. Sharon is also fine. You know what? Let's just take Pan's Shadow. We can go ahead and roll. We have a lot of gold here, so we can really try and figure out what we're going to be going forward. So I don't mind picking up the pig. I actually don't mind the donkey either. It's not the ideal unit, but it's fine. And then I think we'll just take an 8/8. So this Queen of Hearts is definitely on the docket to go. I might even switch it out now because it's a bit smaller. Something like this is probably fine. Maybe lead with the 8/8. So we didn't get very large there, but going into our next turn, we should be able to get quite a bit bigger. Him having a 10/16 in the front here is pretty bad for us, but we were able to kill one of his ranged units. Hopefully the pig hits the donkey so we can spawn an extra unit or two. Quality Coder, appreciate the raid. How was your stream? So we're able to kill this, but that was pretty suboptimal as well. This game's really not going terribly well for us. Okay, so let's see what we can do on this turn. So we can grab this and actually do this. This will make a much larger unit. Hey, I mean, it's all about practice, right? I'm going to go ahead and roll. Those are not the units that I'm really looking for there. This is an evil unit. I think we need this stag to be stronger. We can sell some of these units. I don't mind the spinning gold. Spellweaver is okay. Maybe we do need the Spellweaver. So what does that look like? We would sell these three and then just have the Spellweaver plus spinning gold and we'd be down a unit. We could put this back in. It's probably better than the crafty until we get the treasure. Yeah, let's do that. And then let's rearrange these a bit. We want... How did I count wrong with my gold? Oh well, that's alright. Turkish Delight is probably fine for next turn. Mox, how you doing? You know, not too bad. Stream's still being weird sometimes, so that's been a bit of a nuisance, perhaps. But we climbed a bit, so as long as we're able to sort of keep that going, I think we can be doing all right. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna get a treasure out of it. Treasure-wise, these are fine. Piggy bank is okay, but because we already have the harp, we kind of want to use our money now. So I think we're just gonna take the Fountain of Youth for the time being. I don't mind Tripoli when you're doing this sort of nonsense, but I don't know if I'm going to end up being dwarves. So I think we can pass it by. If we do sneak into dwarves, we can always pick them up again later. Prince Arthur is really good since we already have several upgraded princesses. Alright, so the adventure is super good here. Arthur's going to give it extra buffs, and we're going to have a chance of getting EXP quite a bit faster. I may even pick up the second one. So how do we want to arrange this then? Cinderella can be out. This will be in over the pig. So then we can sell the Cinderella. She's not good, so I'm not too worried about it. I think we can kind of arrange it something like this-ish, maybe. Yeah, so we'll rearrange them like this, and we'll try to get 1 or 2 slays. Ideally, with Harp, you want to try and leverage it to get out of the early crap, because really, you're not going to win the long game with this kind of stuff. You're just not going to. So if this attacks a stag, it's really suboptimal, but I think it'll be fine. We have a pretty good chance of slaying something in the back row here in the middle. Nice. This one won't slay, unfortunately, but we do still get 2 extra EXP. So we're pretty deep into 5 now. We can realistically get rid of these now. But it was good for that turn to make sure that we got a chance of propelling us forward. So Skip is already on 6, unfortunately, so we are a bit behind. It looks like he got some extra EXP. So how are we going to be able to defeat somebody who is already there ahead of us? Donkey really isn't it. Medusa's fine. I think we need to roll and look for a 5. I don't mind apple trees. They can give you a decent chance of success. Lady of the Lake, not ideal. I think I'm going to buff this with this spell here. And then roll. I don't mind Siren, potentially. So these are out. This can be in. So this is pumping 1 unit. Is that better than just a pig or a donkey? Thinking. This is plus 2/2, so this is the equivalent of a 6/8. So this is certainly better than that. The donkey is probably a bit worse. Then we should rearrange it like this. So we don't need to lock the Turkish Delight because we're already going to be on 6. So that unit getting a little bit smaller kind of sucks, but this mummy isn't really going to do much for him here, which is nice. The tree is pretty bad for us. Though luckily our range unit in the back gets to hit it. So we get to steal a Robin Wood. It's pretty good. Nice. So we should be able to win this combat just fine. So that'll shoot. Great. Okay, so he's going down to 9. Alright, so now we're on 6 with 11 gold, so we can move into some stuff. Astrodome is awesome. Very good unit. So we're going to take Astrodome. The Happy Little Tree is okay. Functionally here, it is a 21, 23, 3, which is not the largest thing I've ever seen. So I think we're going to roll and see if we can maybe pick up another tree or some other unit that really compels us to go into a direction. I think we have to cut the pig. I don't think he's going to be big enough here. This is certainly coming in. This is a 25-11, which is definitely bigger than a lot of the units that we're sporting right now. I might lock for the Nian. So I'm going to go ahead and sell the Prince Arthur. We're almost certainly not playing that this time. I'm going to put this in the back, and I'm going to go ahead and cast this spell here. It's going to give this additional attack. So we're not incredibly strong this round, but this is kind of the last round that we are going to have some problems. Our opponent already has a round table, which is pretty good. So he's also going to likely be trying to move into trees here, because round table trees is probably one of the stronger tier 6 things that you can be doing. We're going to get an extra sheep. It's going to be a bit smaller than this because it's not getting the support, but it does give a little bit of fodder for that. So it sort of depends on where this dude ends up on whether we can win this combat. Alright, so we tie. Not an awesome outcome. We really need to get some damage on him since he has a round table already. But at least we can pick up some more units this round. I'm going to let the Nian go. I'm going to take the apple tree instead, and then just roll. So I'm going to take the chicken. Chicken is free gold here. Buy for 2, sell for 4. And then we'll roll. I don't really need the mummy here. Everybody's already on 6 for the most part, and it's going to be a little bit too small. I'd rather look for 6 or a tree. So I can roll. I still have a lot of gold here, more than it seems like. The pumpkin might be a good direction. We can probably move out of the stag now. Get the pumpkin here. It's not the best, but it is certainly better than what else I would be rocking this round. Then we can roll. Go ahead and roll again. So I am actually going to take this for glory. There's not a guarantee that we're going to be able to win this combat, but it does give us an extra 2 attack here, and if we win combat, which is the ideal, then we get a free tier 6 unit. Sorry, not free, I guess it costs 1 gold, but basically free. Apparently everybody's already trees. Our backline gets lasered. This is not ideal. We're extremely far behind because we have other people are already deep into trees, and we are behind in that regard then. So he has a lot of units. We really need this to slay and steal something. Okay, so it did, and it lived, which is nice. So we get to shoot there. All right, excellent. So we do win combat here, because we're going to make another copy of him. So this Siren has been kind of carrying us. What's really nice about that is we get our free tier 6 unit. So in this case, it's a good boy, which is a bit counter to our Pumpkin King here. But given that there's a bunch of people in trees already, we may end up having to be good boys. I think we're going to pass up on the Nian again, though it does get us closer to a tier 5 treasure. If we're going to end up in good boys, we're going to need some help here. Alternatively to that, we could just be pumpkins and then just scam it up. It's a good way to beat trees. Kind of don't hate it. Alright, so we'll take this, do something like this maybe. Yeah, turning Good Boy into a dragon is pretty good there. Gives us more chances at getting triples as well. We'll sell the Crafty, and the Spellweaver is a little small. We'll bank this gold for next turn, since we're fighting a dead guy. Hitting one of these to get a treasure would be very valuable. Treasures that we're looking for, the plus 100 sword would be really nice. Something like the... that was probably the worst hit there. Hitting like the P would have been nice because it would have killed those units, but I think it'll be alright. Yeah, hitting Ambrosia would be probably fine off the 5. Summoning Portal would be good if we're going to stay with the pumpkins. A lot of options that are pretty decent. Okay, so I do like these, but we're a bit late in the game for those to be worthwhile, so we're going to go ahead and roll. If we end up in trees, the Robin Hood is good, but I think I would rather have Round Table before we even think about that. So we're going to roll again. Roll one more time. Alright, so we'll get the Rotten Apple Tree. It does make us a bit weaker in the front, but we did need the Apple Tree to triple up so that we can get more of them. Potentially we could run a full front row of Apple Trees. I'm going to go ahead and grab Ambrosia. It's going to upgrade the Pumpkin, or we can upgrade the Astrodome, depending upon what other treasures we end up with. We'll go ahead and roll. We don't really want to make our unit good unless we end up with not Pumpkin strategy. So for now, we're going to pass on that. We can roll again. Alright, so we do end up finding our triple here. We are going to be quite a bit weaker this round because we're going to be playing down a unit. But I think it's still worthwhile. So we did find Round Table. Spear might actually be better for us here. Round Table's like a little bit of stats there. No, I wanted that in the back. Alright, that's alright. Round Table probably is better long term, but I think we need the Spear to be stronger immediately. It may not actually end up mattering, but the extra spawns that we're going to get out of the pumpkin... Oh, you know what? That was a mistake. I should have put the Astrodome here and then just grabbed the round table, because then these would have both been like 80/80s. Yeah, that was bad. That was really terrible. It may end up working out because we have the second pumpkin that's just going to spawn a bunch of units, but I think having two 80/80s probably was better there. Not really sure, I guess. Obviously, it ended up working out, so maybe we just stay with the scam stuff and let other people fight over the trees. We're going to take the other pumpkin here for sure. I mean, now we certainly take the round table. And then we do something like this. Do we even care about the Mad Mem? Maybe not. If this was a tree, I would take it for sure. Given that it's not, though, I don't think I can. So things that I'm looking for at this point, then. Trees. Probably all I'm looking for so that we can get out of this pumpkin strategy. I took the 3 big pigs because it is stronger in the short term. But we are going to be looking to get out of this into full trees if we can. We may not have enough time. We do have the Ambrosia, which is really nice with the Astrodome, but if everybody else is already in trees, unless they start dying, it's going to be hard for us to actually move in. And we know, at the very least, one of the players has an upgraded Astrodome, and one of them also had a round table, so this is going to be kind of tricky to navigate. We do have a lot of health, though, so that helps. Being at 22, it does give us a round that we can actually give up. Killing that 2 units is pretty good for us there. Hopefully the extra big pigs here are able to kill another unit. Nice, so that's great. So we've traded very favorably here thus far, so that this pumpkin is going to be able to sort of carry the rest of it. Which, if we are able to kill this skip, that really helps because it's going to free up some Astrodomes out of the pool. And it's going to make it so that we have a better chance of getting them, which is really nice. Ideally, we get another tier 6 and we can switch out this spear. I do like the Green Knight. It is a little awkward with the Astrodome needing to be in the back, but I think it's still correct to probably pick it up and this Rotten Apple Tree. Given that they're going to just be bigger. So it looks like we are at least down to a second, so that's nice. This is a bit awkward with the setup that we currently have, so I don't think we can run it just yet. So this ends up being, what, an 80/80? It might be correct to Shard of the Ice Queen the Green Knight. So what hits could we find that would be good? So it could be a dragon, it could be a big pig, it could be a Pumpkin King or an Astrodome. I believe those are all the evil 6s, right? Or it could be Grumble or Oni King. God, there's so many. A bunch of those are really shit, too. Might be worth it to gamble for another Astrodome. That was another big pig. That's alright. So I'm going to switch it out like this. And then we may not need to do anything here. We might just kill our opponent with the Pumpkin King plus the Ashwood. We'll see. We'll see what he ended up assembling. We're actually pretty strong here. That doesn't really change much since he has a Soul Tech. That was not ideal for us. The fact that this is a ranged unit also kind of blows. Hopefully this hits over here, or one of these does, so that this is dead. Hit over here. Alright, well, I mean, we did steal a large unit, so that helps. So this can kill a unit for free. Trades with that. This can kill here for free. If this kills over here, we should be plenty fine. Nice. Alright, well, we didn't even need another game. That just ended up working out. So, sort of half trees, half scam worked out just fine. And that was one of the reasons that we paired up the Rotten Apple Trees earlier, is we wanted to be able to buy additional ones if we found them. Rotten Apple Trees are very, very nice, especially if they're either 0 attack or a ton of attack. If they're a ton of attack, they can always trade, and sometimes they can attack in. And if they're at 0 attack, that's also fine. Given that they were 80s, they were able to trade with more than one unit in a row, so that's good. The dragon was pretty useless there. He was definitely going to go if we didn't win combat, since our opponent had a big-ass soul tech. So, all right, so we'll mark first on that. We'll get a plus 42, which is pretty good. Go ahead and mark that, and then that should put us back above our... this sets us, I think, exactly at our peak. That was a mask game. Awesome. So I am going to jump back in queue in just a second. I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. And then, so I'm going to run a minute 30 ads, and then I will be right back after that. And then we'll jump back in queue. So about a minute 30, I should be right back. All right, appreciate everybody's patience there. Slide back into place here. Come on, camera, you can do it. No? Okay, well, good enough. We'll just start into the game and it'll fix itself. There we go. Okay. So we'll go ahead and queue back up, and we'll see. See what we can do. See if we can keep climbing. So we're about 400 MMR or so below. I mean, it's possible. You just never know. I don't mind pants. It does suck that, you know, if you play a pretty good pants game, that your outcome is like third, sometimes second, given that third is such a big loss of MMR. I mean, I'm getting -2 for thirds, right? Which is not ideal, you know. But we'll see what comes up. I mean, given our choices, probably Yvel again, which is unfortunate. I'd like to mix it up, but certainly think that she's the best hero by quite a bit, so we're going to take her. Alright, so we're going to start off basically how we did last time. We're going to grab the billy goat. It is possible that I'm supposed to just lock for the forbidden fruit here. Yeah, it looks like first place is 49.38 right now, so we're about 400 and some change away from getting up there, but we'll give it a try. Yeah, I actually do think it's right to lock this. Taking the 2 extra damage to get a whole extra unit is almost certainly worth it, even if they're not the best units ever. Yeah, not finding cats is a bit of a bummer, but you can basically pick up any animals and you can do fine. A lot of times, like as long as you get evil things and also animals, like you'll do all right. So we're gonna take these two. We're gonna lead on this. We're gonna put this in the back so that it has a chance of actually growing a little bit. Yeah, your ideal start with Avella is just like cat, cat, mim, and then, you know, you just AFK until you find evil queens, right? Which, in a perfect world, that would be the outcome, but sometimes you just gotta go with the flow. If we can slay with this, that would be awesome. If not, you know, it'll still give the plus to the unit in the back. So no chance of slaying there. We should be fine in this combat, or at least tie. Yeah, we're gonna tie here. That's fine. He got an extra buff on his unit, so here it's pretty obvious. We just take the Mad Mim and the other Billy Goat. We'll Mad Mim this. I think we do it like this, so that the Billy Goats attack before the Mad Mim has to. Not a placement that you would normally do, but it really, like the first slot, the slot 1 really only matters if you have treasures that matter with it. Right now we don't, so this will attack as the first unit the same as if it was over here. And this gives us better backline positioning. And then come our tier 3 turns, once we get better units to put in the back, we'll just shift these to the front. These are the cats and the Queen of Hearts that I want. It's kind of rude that our Snow Angel opponent took them. We should be plenty strong to beat our opponent here, even with the Queen of Hearts, but they must have polyed into a Queen of Hearts and then started picking up evil units. The double mice is a bit awkward because it's just like random animals. It is nice because it's a pair. Us not ever slaying with this poly kind of sucks too. I would really like another evil unit in order to actually get strong, so I think I'm just going to roll. The Spellweavers are okay. I mean, we could buy one. Forbidden Fruit, sell this, buy the other one. I guess. Yeah. I don't mind them. I was just trying to figure out what the configuration was for me to actually be able to pick them up here. I think this is fine. Because the unicorn, like, it was just a random animal, right? As far as the unicorn stats, it didn't really matter there. And there wasn't really a way that we could get the Forbidden Fruit to pump both of them, so I think this is fine. This is not ideal. We kind of need to find something backline now. I think I'd like to roll one more time, though this spell is good. We need to be quite a bit stronger here. Yikes. I think I'm going to cast Shrink and grab like a bunch of this crap. It might just be both crafties, and then we'll try to get some of these paired up. Does this have a reasonable chance of making some of our units larger? Can a little bit, I guess. Alright, we're going to take it for now. I think I'm going to lock the double crafty, though. And then we may just have to play suboptimal units, just based on what we're finding. Not ideal. Not ideal for sure. Well, we got our Slay, I guess, so that's nice. Cat's Call is really shitty because our Spellweaver just dies for free. I think we'll still be fine depending upon where our Spellweaver gets to shoot. So this is 4, and then it's going to shoot back and kill it. Okay, we'll be fine. Not taking damage is really important, especially if we're not getting lucky with some of the other things that we're finding. So we ended up getting a Greedy. Given that, I'm going to pick up both of these, and I'm just going to free roll. These are pretty bad, so I'm going to roll. I'll grab the chicken, and we're going to roll one more time. Okay, so we did find a Queen of Hearts. So I am going to pick it up over the Adventurer, given that I think we need to be a bit stronger. It is very possible that we're going to end up in a Dwarf game, though. Not like a huge chance, but not zero for sure. Because we could like do this together. This could give us a couple gold, and we could like triple it up into the Dwarven Forge, and then we just ignore the hero power, and we can just play dwarves. There is an argument for locking Adventure plus Potion of Heroism to try and use that to get EXP on the next couple of turns. I think, kind of given how awkward our game has been, I think I don't love that. But we really don't have any animals like to make our hero power work either. We're kind of in a not a great spot here. At least that was able to trade favorably. So now this is going to hit here. Maybe we can kill this. Okay. So not awesome, but this will just die, and then this will shoot this. And then this can, yeah, I guess trade with that. I mean, that's fine. Not taking damage is still important, and we are going to get an extra gold off this Greedy here too. So I'm going to take this because it definitely makes us a lot stronger here. And then I think, I mean, I'm taking this healing potion. I'm just trying to decide if I want to buy this Cinderella. We don't really have anywhere to put her. Maybe over the Creeper. Yeah, I do actually like that. Because we need treasures if these crafties are ever going to be good. And I do think we need this Sporko. I guess maybe I don't worry about this, or maybe I sell the Greedy. Yeah, Horde Dragon at 40 is pretty bad for us. I could just sell the Greedy. I'm just like not planning on putting that back in anymore. And I think I'd rather keep the Cinderella because we're incentivized to cast some spells because of the Spellweavers anyway. And this can give us a treasure. Like we really need some sort of something going on. Oh, yeah, we haven't taken any damage, but I feel like we're really weak here, and we haven't ramped any EXP at all because we've been so weak. This helps a lot, the Sheep and Wolf's Clothing. Does a good impression of the cat for now. Also picking up the Sporko is pretty good here. This guy is fucking strong. Holy shit. This is going to be a problem. I don't know if we're going to be big enough to be able to beat that. Okay. Yeah, that was not it. We get to attack it first. We're still not big enough. Yeah, we really needed to hit this one so that the Juliets could trade into our thing. Getting the double buff on the Juliet was a huge problem. We'll take the Queen of Hearts pair. And I think we'll roll. If we find EXP, we'll probably buy it. If we find this, we'll take it for sure. So options. Ring of Revenge is decent with our ranged backline. That is good for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 extra stats. So this is functionally plus 8/8 with the build that we have at this time. Sting will give our ranged unit over here more attack, or we can put the sheep over there. I think Ring of Revenge is necessary here, and then I think we roll and try to find a cat or another sheep. Maybe we give up on the crafty pair to sneak in the sheep in wolf's clothing. It does make us a lot stronger here. Because then we can like move the Sporko, we can arrange it something like this. Alright, whatever. We don't need pairs. Treasures are overrated. We don't have the crafties anymore. We don't even need them. Nice. That was awesome. That's exactly what we wanted. I see. So he has double Court Wizard. So they've been getting farmed by dealing 10 multiple times, which makes sense to me. So if we shoot one of these, we have a chance. So this needs to shoot over here. We're fine. So we're plenty big enough with the upgraded Queen of Hearts here. So that's nice. Now we really need to find EXP. So I think I'm going to roll and look for that. This could be EXP and does give these extra buffs. I think we'll take it. It ends up being spinning gold, which is also okay because we're a pretty good chance to win here. And we're already going to be on our 5 turn. So now we're looking for either pairs or something that improves our board a bit. Broccoli is okay. It is certainly better than the Billy Gruff, but I'm not sure if it's worth 4 gold. Another queen is not important here. Still the same queen is not important. I guess we're just going to roll and spend all our money. I would consider locking this Turkish Delight. It gives us a treasure next turn, and it's probably going to be better than any single unit that we're going to be able to buy. Yeah, I think so. It does kind of suck to lock going into 5, but we really need to get to 6. Like, we're already going to be not beating the Loki or the Beauty here. So not having any EXP I don't think is doable. It looks like the Merlin sort of petered out on whatever he was doing and then either disconnected or just left. So we end up getting extra gold here. The spinning gold is sort of what allows me to buy this. Because we get the extra treasure, which we could always skip if it's terrible. We made up just grabbing Piggy Bank here. These are both pretty bad. We'll roll a little bit on 5. But not too crazy, because we can always save gold for our tier 6 turn. I don't think I care about this pair. These don't really improve us that much. This is like a minor upgrade to the Sporko at best. So I think I'm going to roll one more time, and if we don't see a unit, I'm going to just sit. Cupid is fine. Like, none of these are that exciting. So I don't believe that we're going to be able to improve ourselves this round. So I think we just sit. This being our worst unit by a pretty wide margin, but I don't think we lock. I think we just sit here. I don't mind this spell with the pump here, but these are not really sticking around long term anyway. Yeah, so we'll have 6, 8, 9 extra gold next turn. That's enough that if we find an EXP spell that we can actually buy it and then roll as though we were just on a regular tier 6 turn, basically. So I think that's the plan. That'll allow us to transition out of this. It would not surprise me if we lose to Snow Angel here. Snow Angel, especially on 5, very frequently will have kind of a board like this. Just some units that are like reasonably big. I'm not sure how they ended up in Gilded Harp with puffs, but it looks like they probably, because they have an upgraded one, used True Love's Kiss on a puff, and then that got them where they were at. Losing that Sporko really early kind of sucks, because our units are then pretty small. So it is very likely that we're going to lose this combat, depending upon how these attacks break. I think we should be fine here now, since our units ended up trading favorably. with at least a 1-for-1. Okay, so in this instance, I am going to buy the Nian because it is 1 away from... it's better than this unit, and it's 1 away from a treasure, or 1 Nian. So this is pretty good. I'm actually going to buy the Spellweaver first, because if I hit treasure map, I'm going to get a tier 7 treasure. Awesome. Alright, so we'll get a tier 7 treasure. Let's see, so we have 2 options. We can either Mirror Mirror, or we can Holy Grail, and if we Holy Grail, we'll be on our tier 6, or our tier 7 turn. Sorry, our tier 6 first turn, and we can try to switch our board into something that is better. Oh, wait, shit. I'm stupid. We have Piggy Bank Holy Grail. We could just do it all. We don't have to compromise. We get to keep our gold forever, so we just get to spend as much gold as we want every turn for the rest of the game. That sounds awesome. I'm super excited about that. I'm going to pick up the Monster Book here just to be a little bit stronger for this turn. But this is going to be clip-worthy because we get to keep this forever. This is the first time that I've had this happen, and I'm really excited about it. This is the dream. We are going to take some damage here, though, it looks like. But then we're going to be able to, I don't know, fucking figure it out, I guess. I'm not sure how much damage that we're taking. I've never seen this happen before. I've tried it a couple of times. I mean, I'm going to still try to do as much APM as I can for this first one, because I need to be a lot stronger than I'm at now. But the turn after that, like, you know, just spend whatever, right? Oh, are we not going to take damage here either? Holy shit. That's awesome. Well, if I can't win this lobby with infinite gold, yeah, I don't even know. It's probably will be because I disconnect or something. Alright, so we're rolling for 6s, basically. We don't really need to take anything but 6s. That was a good boy. Probably shouldn't have rolled over that, but I'm really looking for trees. And the good boy doesn't fit in our comp at all. So I will take that as well, though we don't necessarily need it. This is a treasure, so we'll pick it up. We'll take Hidden Cash. Roll, roll. Probably should be taking spells here too. To pump the guy, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh my god, why are you like this? We'll take the pumpkin. We'll take this. We'll switch our hero power to... That's hilarious. No, we'll just switch it to Fates. So we'll rearrange these a little bit so that we can get the most stats possible for this turn. I guess I could have locked that, but... So this made us a little stronger. I don't know if we're going to be big enough to deal with this particular combat. The pumpkin should help us scam a little bit here. And if it dies before the Queen of Hearts, this Queen of Hearts can easily get to be like a 60-60. Nah, we're going to be fine here. This unit's pretty big in the back here, too. Ooh, that's really good. We're going to get to do a ton more damage. Alright, so we 15'd him. That's great. Okay, so let's sell this, sell this. I don't really need this Hercules, because we can just buy the stuff. I don't really need that book either. We'll buy this, we'll buy this, buy this. This guy sucks, we'll buy this. Take this one. Get round table, because why not? So we'll roll. Switch to trees here now. This is great. We're looking for knighthood, or just more trees, really. Ooh, lucky coin. Nice. no, there's another rotten one. Ugh. So we have Piggy Bank here, and we actually hit a tier 7 treasure. We got Excalibur. No, sorry. The Chalice. The thing that gives 1,000 gold. So we just have 1,000 gold, and we can just do whatever we want. So we still have 900 gold, so we can do whatever we want. I don't even want these. I'm just gonna skip. I don't care. I'm just gonna roll more. Yeah, more big trees. I'm not even sure what we're looking for. I don't want to give up my piggy bank gold. Sounds terrible. We could gigantify this. I think I'd rather save a knighthood to just try and get more upgraded those. Yeah, I mean, when you roll a ton and are able to get whatever units you want, it's not hard to assemble tier 6 units. Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't need the Mimic, but I kind of... Like, Roundtable Mimic is really dumb. I don't know if you know this or not, but it's really good with Echo Wood. I think the only treasure that I would take is Singing Swords, because that's also really good with Echo Woods. Not really sure what I'm looking for here. Certainly not Good Boys. I guess because we're kind of running out of time. Robin Woods? Yeah, I'll take a Robin Woods. Oh wait, I could have just bought it. What am I doing? Could have bought them all. I could buy everything. So the reason that we have the double round table, so if you see how big this actually is, it's significantly larger than you'd imagine it to be, and it has more attack than health. Whereas normally the round table trees, you actually have more health than attack on these Echo Woods. It's because it does round table, and then it does it again. So then these actually go from the large butt to it adding all that to attack as well. So it's pretty nice. Makes them significantly larger than they even would be under any circumstance. Probably should be taking those extra healths, but whatever. Oh, my knighthood. Whatever. Ooh, we could True Love's Kiss something. Oh no. I'm just like rolling over the units that I actually just want. Just want more Echo Woods, right? Oh well. I think we'll be okay. Even without the extra Echo Woods, I think we're gonna be fine. It is fun to roll. Yeah, so now it's a 4,500, 4,500. Which is pretty big, I guess. Not surprisingly, the level 6 Horde Dragon that had 40 health all the way there has done pretty well for themselves. Okay, we'll roll. Now we're actually keeping an eye out for trees instead of rolling over them, hopefully. I mean, hilarious, but not useful. I don't think we need another apple tree. Really more only on the tier 6 ones. I've apparently rolled too many times, and it doesn't like that I'm doing that. Alright, we'll take another Ashwood. We could Evil Twin this. I would say that this is at least Dece or Dece plus here. Probably gonna slap that in over, I don't know, the Robinwood. GG. It is going to be impossible to compete with somebody who spent 400 gold. That's just reality, right? So this game is hilarious. I love it. 10 out of 10 on the on that. What was that? Another Avella game? Yeah, that seems like a pretty typical Avella game. Nice. Real nice. I might post about that later. That was pretty poggers. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and go again. We are on the climb. Running hot tonight, so we may as well keep it up, right? And if you weren't having fun watching that game, you're probably not going to have fun watching this game at all, so... Yeah, true, right? That piggy bank is just, like, carried the world. I don't even know how you would... I guess you could just give some sort of a profile border or something that says, like, ooh, they drank the Grail or whatever. Yeah, that was cool. I would absolutely take piggy bank more if I could know that I would reliably get the Grail, because that was a very easy game to win once I hit 6, right? I mean, even Grail alone is okay if you're going into your tier 6 turn, because you can usually get, you know, 30, 40 gold spent, which is going to be better than almost any other single treasure. But yeah, that was wild. Whew, that was fun. I mean, Harp typically is shown, right? Because it's usually a treasure that they're holding on to. I don't really want the third run out of Ivella, though we have done pretty well with her today. I think I'll grab a Waddle instead. Yeah, fair enough. This is not an ideal start for Waddle to shrink. Pretty bad, actually. Like, we get really fucking useless units. Like, I hate Kitty Cuppers on Waddle. But it's, like, almost always correct to do this anyway. So we're going to do it, but I don't love it. I think a lot of times this is still correct, even though these units are butts. Just because you just have more units than your opponent. And I didn't figure that we were going to win combat against a Merlin anyway. It's interesting. It might not even be worth picking up one of these and just using the Magic Research instead. Like, Magic Research might be better than the Happy Little Tree. It's close. It's really close. I'm going to try it. Happy Little Trees are so useless on Wonder Waddle. It's just, like, not where I need to be. And I would rather try and get an extra gold to maybe roll next turn. If we win, great. If not, that's okay. It's possible you should have just taken the Happy Little Tree because we could just sell it next turn. Yeah, we get nothing. But we do get a +1 on our Kitty Cuppers forever. I guess that's fine. So now we can actually take Mad Mim. It's pretty decent with the Cut Purse. We're fighting Pants. For fighting Pants, is it right to just take Baby Root and, like, make this a 5/5? I hate Cinderella on this hero. Crafty is okay, but pretty weak until you actually have a treasure. We could grab Crafty and put Fanny here. Yeah, that I don't hate. I think this is okay. We're probably going to lose against Pants here. Depending upon what these end up running into. Like, if he has a donkey, we'll be okay, but if he has, like, pigs, we might be in trouble. So he had a Lucky into some stuff. We're fine here. Yeah, Crafty Fanny. I was I wasn't thinking about the Fanny being in the back line, but here I like that for sure, yeah. We could Adventurer. I don't think we're strong enough for that to make sense to me. I'm going to roll once to try and get actual animals. We're just going to play freaking Dwarf Waddles. Oh, that seems so fucking weird. I guess. It's like not where I want to be in my life, but I don't know how we can pass this reasonably. Because it doesn't actually take much for these to be like 10-10s. Yeah, I guess we're just playing whatever. Hero powers are lame anyway. What do you need them for? We'll just play like we're Snow Angel and just have no hero power basically. This might be better in front of the Lucky. I feel like this is right, but I could be convinced very easily that it's wrong. Our positioning on these. Six. I mean, we're fine here, right? Oh no, no! That's a nightmare. All right, well, we could have been fine if this got to hit first, but it didn't. So, nice. This is exactly what I wanted. We'll buy this. We'll buy the chicken. We'll roll. What is this? Like, I mean, this is totally useless anyway, but I don't think I can Turkish Delight here, right? Maybe. I think I'm going to roll. Okay, so the Candy Rain I like here. So I can sell this, buy this, and then Candy Rain, and then it's going to give a bunch of buffs. We can probably put this in the front and be a bit stronger. I don't think we can run the Poly this turn. But this does make us a bit stronger, and hopefully next turn we can actually get some triples. The Medusa there is not ideal. This getting extra buffs is pretty bad. That was good for us, but the rest of this kind of sucks. Yeah, outcome-wise, that's about what I expected. Him getting an extra slay there kind of sucks for the rest of the lobby, but... Dark Xeon, appreciate it. Appreciate the follow. I mean, doubly is good here, but, like... Do I want to be playing 7/7s? I don't think so. We're going to take the chicken and roll. I'm just going to roll again. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. Holy shit. Doubly is good with the Candy Rain. Yeah, alright. Can I pick up this Lucky too, or are we just playing shitty dwarves? I'd have to sell like this and this, or this. This plus cut purse. Sure. No, this is still fine, because we got the range unit here. Okay, I guess we're dwarf waddlers or something. We're gonna try to pick up mice pairs to get the thing, and hope that we just don't die before we get that going. So this is gonna trade here. Oh god. I don't know how we have no treasures at all. That's like uncanny. This is fine. I think we have to do Fancy Pants and then not take this. And then actually roll and find another unit that fits on our board. Greedy as a 5/8. It's okay. Yeah, it does go for Forge. True. It is nice because it has extra stats on it too. Man, yeah, pretty rough. Is this better than this? No, it's like the same unit, effectively. We definitely want this lineup. I guess this. Okay, well, this isn't great. We need to find like 2 mice or 2 of these next turn and to combine all our units, or we need to do something because this looks like shit to me. This is not a good game. I would say that this is one of the worst Waddle games that I've played in a while. That we just have not found any treasures. We haven't really found that many animals even. There were a couple of turns on 3 where we found like some stags that really we didn't have anywhere to put in our board. But beyond that, we've been pretty shit out of luck on things that we were finding. Not hitting the stag is like pretty bad here too. Oh, come on. You had 2 chances to attack it. Alright. So we're going to get a bunch more of these. And then these are going to just like 1-for-1 trade with everything. And then this is just going to eat this, so we're going to take another shit ton of damage. Cool. Okay, so we took 8 there. Excellent. This is free, but it uses our buff. I don't think we can avoid to not take it if it's free. This is trash. This is trash. I mean, I guess we take the doubly pair. And then we roll. I think we have to roll again. Alright, I mean, there's another triple. These are all pretty useless. I think we have to take the Fairy Tale to try and get more buffs next turn. Yeah, this is bad. It's really not good. This is trash. Like, every board that we've rolled on has been, like, one of the worst that I've seen. I don't think we can afford to play these doubly. I don't even know if we can afford to play that one. Like, we might just have to do this. It's the same size unit. But it's not as weak to those getting sniped. We might need to play this because it's a little bit bigger. I guess this is bigger. No, it's not. There's just no way. So, alright, here's our out. I got it. So we're going to get to tier 5. We're going to get a Grim Soul. We're going to flip that Polywoggle into something awesome. And then that's our way out of this. Oh, no, wait, I found the actual way out of it. So we're going to die this turn, and then we can just go to the next game, and then take 100 loss and just start over. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, well, I guess we didn't really want those MMR anyway. So that was the worst game that I have played in probably 3 weeks. And I've played some stinkers, and that was definitely the worst one. Cool. Alright, well, back to below where we started again. Yikes. Big yikes. So, take that as a lesson where it doesn't matter how much MMR you have, you can still low roll and just lose the game to not finding fuck all. So if you're playing your game and you just lose because you find nothing, that happens. Happens to everybody. Maybe I shouldn't have moved into the dwarves and should have just tried to like grab the stags and make something work with that, but I felt like the dwarves were what we were being offered, so I was trying to make that work, and normally picking up the crafties there is fine on Waddle. Like, literally any 2 animals in a row can give you a triple, and you can just get treasures and give them a lot of stats, and we just like saw nothing until we were already at 10, so good beats. Alright, so fuck it, we'll just play another one. and we'll grind back up. It is the equivalent of losing 2.5 first place, basically. Because each first place at this level is 42 points. So it's actually worse. It's like 2.6, like 2.25, or 2 2/3, basically. All right, we're gonna play Wonder Waddle again. And we're just gonna play a better Waddle, like, you know, it's not even that big of a deal. Not every Waddle game can be dog shit. Or maybe they can. I don't know. Maybe it's just like that. Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for us not to play a better Waddle game there for sure. There's no way that it can't be better. That was rough. That was like rough to play. I imagine that was terrible to watch. So I appreciate you guys sticking around anyway. I suppose maybe it was great to watch. I don't know. The suffering of others is, you know, sometimes just like, delicious. Okay, so this is already better. I think I'm going to... Let's see, we're playing with... I don't love the Cinderella Mysterious Scroll, but it's actually not that bad. So I'm going to take the chicken, though, first, and then I'm going to lock this. It is possible that we hit another chicken before we have to take the Cinderella. But what I'm going to do is grab this and then do the Mysterious Scroll. Normally it's not ideal on Waddle. Obviously, you know, you can get your own treasures, but I think it is an easy way to guarantee treasures. And, like, you can end up getting an extra unit like that, which is pretty awesome. Like, this game already is better than the last one by so much. It's insane how much better this one is going. Like, we didn't even have to pay for this guy. We just got him in our hand. Like, last time we locked a shop that was full of a bunch of garbage, and now we just have, like, a whole-ass extra 2/2 unit. I think we'll do fine. In a perfect world, we'll find a chicken next turn, and then triple it up, and then just sell it and buy everything that's in there. But we'll see what happens. I would be fine with double mouse, I guess. I did have a game that I played earlier offline where I managed to do the turn 2, triple up your mouse, and then get harp, and I won that lobby very easily. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy to imagine that I would win that lobby really easily, but I did. Oh man, is this good? I can't tell if an upgraded Polywoggle is good here. Feels like it's pretty good. I wonder if it's correct to, like... I mean, it's certainly correct to take the spinning wheel here. I wonder if it's correct to just not have this guy in play. And, like, try to get a 4 instead of a 3. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it way over here. And then if it does slay, fine. If it gets attacked and killed, also fine. Then it counts as just a 2/2. So I think I like that the most. Ideally, they hit it and kill it, but if not, that's also fine. Alright, well, okay, that's fine. If we hit here and flipped it, that's fine. If we hit here, whatever. Okay, so... I mean, I have a pretty good idea of what I'd like to do here. I think I'm going to take the jumping beans, and then I'm going to sell this chicken and buy this Turkish Delight. And then I think we're going to actually leave it over here for now. Because we might be able to play it for a 5. That might be greedy. Maybe leading with it is better. It is unlikely unless... So unless Skip got tokens, like they got into like peeps or whatever, it's unlikely for this to actually slay here. Maybe I put it in the back. Yeah, this might be right, because it could hit support or something. Yeah, Harp Waddle it can be pretty insane, right? It doesn't even take that much for you to Just like, you literally just buy like princesses and you buy just whatever. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you hit every fucking thing, sometimes you hit nothing, and that, you know, both of those things are reasonable outcomes to the game. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we had one of the highest roll games that I've ever had, the one right before this, right? Because we hit literally the perfect combo of Piggy Bank and Chalice, and then we just like got to steamroll a lot, and that was awesome. Here, I think I can take Runestones now that it's not going to replace and make our crafty smaller. Dude, Grimsoul Dora is a pretty good combo. We can get our mouse here. We could get rid of the Cinderella. Get a tier 5 treasure. These tier 5 treasures are pretty butts. I guess we take Tree of Life. It's pretty good this early. Or it can be pretty good this early anyway, especially with these guys being reasonably sized. I still think I'm going to leave the Polywoggle in the back. Maybe I should take this adventure. Maybe I should lock it. We don't really have any support for it, which kind of sucks. But we could pick up a stag or something to pump it. Yeah, maybe find Donkey. I'll let it go for now, but it's possible that it's worth a lock. Since we're going into our turn 4, I kind of want something there, but it's close. Awkward ass Polywoggle didn't even turn into a 4. Shame. Shame. Yeah, I mean, farm everybody with Donkey can be pretty good. I mean, here's the stag that lets us make this Polywoggle a little bit better. Kind of don't hate that. I don't even hate only hitting 1 unit here, because we're so low on units. Could do it something like this. I think we can roll away from that, and just take this Turkish Delight. This board looks pretty good. Maybe do this. I think is not too bad. Not too bad. Infinite, hey, appreciate the raid. How's your stream tonight? How are the games? Welcome, welcome. We are currently in the middle of a reasonably rolling Waddle game where we came off of one of the worst Waddle games that we'd ever played. Hopefully we can get this Polywoggle to actually flip this turn. If it hits here, it does. Okay, we'll get a 5. It looks like we're going to tie this, which is fine. He does have Wild Growth, which is pretty scary. I mean, this is a really good find here. If we make this a +3, that'll be a 20. Makes it pretty close. It's like 1 turn after that we could trigger it. Assuming that this attacks. I kind of like it. What do we turn it into here? Maybe not much. We're going to take this for this turn. The reason being is that it still lets our stag attack first, which is really nice. And unless it gets hit jumping beans, of course. And we really want this Lancelot to be kind of farming the whole world here if we can. And if this gets hit and one of the other units dies, this will just get big, and that's fine too. Yeah, Infinite. I don't know if you saw it if you were streaming. We had a Holy Grail piggy bank game 2 back, which was pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. Having 1,000 gold and not losing it at the end of the turn, I would do that again. That was great. Yeah, it was super fucking pog. Like, we ended up being trees. Our Echo Wood was like a 7,500 or something. Like, not even close. There was not really any competition in the lobby after the second turn that we had that combo going. So, it was fun to say the least. If I could get that in every single game, I would probably do that. I would sign up for that every time. And I think it would be correct every single time. It was nice. Alright, so we are on our turn 5. Nian is okay, and Wombats are fine. I'm not the biggest fan of Wombats because I find them to be really disappointing a lot of times. So I think I'm just going to pass on them. I think... Oh no. Oh, that's too bad. Ride of the Valkyries makes it so that if our stag attacks, our Lancelot triggers for sure. He also triggers if he attacks and slays, so we probably don't even need it. It does make this a little bit bigger, though. It does ruin our broccoli strategy, so I think I'm going to pass on it. We'll take the healing potion, and I guess we'll just roll and see if there's another spell we can cast. Yeah, I'm down to Masquerade Ball just to see what we hit. Not really interested in this as a 6. It's fine, but not really where we're at. The Apple Tree is pretty good, though. Might be worth a lock. Yeah, I think I'll lock an Apple Tree. It's certainly better than, like, the Crafty, and we get the 1 extra gold, so we can still take 2 5s next turn if we get there. Nice, so this got the Jumping Beans and the Stag, so good to get to attack an extra time here. We did get our combo where Broccoli got to live and also get some attacks, so that's nice. Basically, our Broccoli farmed his whole front line. And most of his back line. That's cool. Alright, so Lancelot gives us... kind of some stinkers. Saber is fine. Horn is fine. If we're going to end up in trees, the Horn is really good. We could take Monkey's Paw to be a little bit stronger for a couple of turns here. But I really don't like Monkey Paw play. It's what, 6, 12, 18, so it's like 36 worth of stats. It is a shit ton of stats, huh? Yeah, maybe we do have to play it for a couple turns. It's certainly going to be better than the Jumping Beans. So we could take out Nian. We can probably take out the Stag then, too. Like, we just don't need it as a unit. I like this more than I like Broccoli, and I like this more than I like Crafty. Those are basically the same unit. Then does that mean we should take, like, Storm King or the Nutcracker? I like the Shrivel here, and I think just rolling. So I'm kind of looking for another Apple Tree or something else that is like a Nian. This gives us 2 6s, probably not worth a lock though. Yeah, we'll just let this go. Infinite, if you're still around, you had said that you actually need to try and ladder. Did they announce something for next month? I didn't see anything come up, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to announce something. Alright, so we were able to beat that just fine. Monkey's Paw obviously makes us super strong. Oh, so tomorrow... Oh, so if they do announce something that is ladder related, you may as well get on it now. That makes sense. I can't imagine that... It's already the 20th. I can't imagine that they're going to say that it's going to be based on the top 16... for this month, right? Maybe. I guess I wouldn't rule it out. Yeah, that's interesting. The Siren will make us a little bit stronger. It seems like it would be really crazy, right? The Siren will make us a little bit stronger for this turn. But it might not be worth the gold. I might rather look for like more Apple Trees or stuff that we're actually going to plan on keeping around. Chicken is good going into turn 6. This is not great. We could take the broccoli triple. That's going to replace this. Yeah, I don't hate that. We can get rid of the stag now. So forking rod, reduplicator. We don't actually make any tokens right now. And the other hand is pretty awkward. I guess we're going to grab forking rod and get rid of the spinning wheel. And then our plan is that next turn we are able to pick up like a good boy or a tree and really buff it up. So that was fine. That's actually ideal, the dragon hitting and not killing something, because we're going to be able to buff our units in the front then pretty comfortably. With the Tree of Life as well. Or it's going to heal him up. He might not even kill anything. Oh, okay, so he killed the broccoli. That's fine. Saves himself a bit of damage because that was one of our upgraded units, but be alright here. We could take mummies. A lot of people are at 6 already, so I don't think mummy is really where we want to be. So I think I'm just going to roll and look for a tier 6 unit that really pushes us in a direction. Forking Rod can be good with Storm King, makes it about a 30-30 or so. But I don't know if that is really what we want. Trees typically are where I want to be a lot of the times. I find trees to just be the strongest that you can be at tier 6 anyway. So we could take Mimic and then either Mimic Forking Rod or Mimic Monkey's Paw. Mimic is a bit awkward with Tree of Life. It basically doesn't do anything, but we could get rid of Tree of Life here as well. We could just Mimic Forking Rod and then have all of our units getting +12/+12. Then we just like don't need the Tree of Life. I kind of want to pick up this healing potion then. Maybe get rid of this crafty pair. Because that makes this Wizard's Familiar certainly a lot better as well. This seems fine. A little awkward perhaps because of the units that we have, but I think it's okay. It's possible that we're at the spot where this Lancelot should be in the front. Though I don't mind him hanging out behind the big trees. He should still have a reasonable opportunity to slay at least once. Okay. Alright, so now I like the Storm King a bit more that we have the Forking Rod Mimic. I still don't love it, but I do like it more. I think I would rather look for better units, because this is about the same size as this Wizard's Familiar is anyway, so this will already be sort of in that spot. It is a little bit better than the Nian, but not so much so that 6 gold is worth it, I think. So we'll pick up the healing potion. I don't think I'm going to take the crafty. I'm looking to basically get out of them. Though they are nice and large, I don't think that they are the unit that scales up the way that we want. I will pick up another Green Knight. I think we can switch this out here pretty comfortably. And then we can roll again, see if we can find a... Feed the Kraken's pretty good. We give us another 6 gold this turn and trigger this 3 more times. So we can go ahead and roll... probably roll 1 more time. We can pick up the Nian looking for another 5. There aren't really that many more 5s that we would want. Ambrosia's okay. I think we just roll and look for 6s. Grumblegore is decent. Maybe not until we get rid of the Monkey's Paw. I think in this spot I'm down to look for something like a chicken. I think the 3 big pigs is probably worth a lock, however. Given that we have the double Monkey's Paw, the big pigs are summoning as like 12/12s or whatever. Sorry, +12/12. So we're probably going to get scammed from this broccoli here because he didn't hit the apple tree. It depends. He might still hit the apple tree yet. If we don't kill it ourselves, which we did. So that's unfortunate. We're not going to be able to deal 1,000 to it. The rotten apple tree normally is pretty good here. But he missed, so what are you going to do? We will just have to pick up more of them and try to scam it a little bit better next time. I do think that this is good for now, though. Probably over something like the broccoli or maybe one of these Green Knights. We might have to pick up the Medusa, but I don't think we want to pick it up now. This I like. Okay, so we got an Oni King, so now the Medusa certainly would have been a lot better there. Siren is probably good enough. Is there a way that we can pick the Siren that makes sense? Because any unit that it steals is going to be awesome. So this is 2, 3... So we'll be selling one of these units. Broccoli is probably, like, weirdly both our strongest and our weakest unit. Because he is like a 12-14, but he's like doesn't scale nearly as well. Yeah, I'm down for that. I think we're going to sell these. We'll buy this. And I think the 3 big pigs is probably better than one of these in the back here. Maybe something like this is okay. Yeah, this I don't mind. This should have been in this spot. These two should have been switched. I didn't realize it until it was a bit too late. Unfortunately, they didn't kill our Wizard's Familiar, so we're going to lose out on one of our pigs. But I don't think that's going to matter much. So we're just going to get to spawn an extra one of these. That's fine. So he should be dead here. So that sneaks us up a little bit more. We're getting closer to just the Celestial Tiger being left, so we really are going to need to grab Medusa right now, basically. So Pumpkin is good for pumpkin scamming. I think that's what we're going to have to do to beat the big trees here. So we'll roll. Ugh. So we didn't end up finding one. Here's a Medusa. So we are going to need to sell something to be able to pick up this Medusa here. It does feel really bad to dump out these 2 units, but it might end up being correct. We're really not running any of these anymore, and we absolutely need this Medusa to be able to win combat against this. Honestly, we might end up selling them all and just magic researching. Yeah, fuck it. What unit needs more stats? Probably this one, I guess, to have a better chance of it actually slaying. Alright, so we have a chance here to be able to deal with the big trees. It depends on if he was able to find some of the tier 6 ones. Realistically, if he found a huge Ashwood, we're not going to be able to win this anyway. So that was not ideal. That was not ideal. He's going to get a pig from us. Kind of sucks too. Maybe this Great Pumpkin King can get some scam units going, but if it doesn't, then we're going to be shit out of luck. We found no scam units, so we're going to have to try again next round. One of the big problems here is that the more turns that go by where we don't kill him, the more opportunities our opponent has to find wild growth targets like Ashwood. Even like a 60-60 Ashwood is going to be a nightmare for us, because then his units are just way too big. So we really need to find another apple tree for sure, or another Medusa. Crocbait on this is fine because it lets us summon an extra unit from the pumpkin, but I think we need something like to replace this pig with a tree more. Okay, so we did get another tree. So we'll go ahead and roll. And we got another Medusa. Okay, so now we actually have a chance. This board looks much better than the one that we had last. And we can go ahead and use this on, I guess, the pumpkin. So this looks a lot stronger than our last board, I would say. Ideally, now we are looking to just kill our opponent in 2 rounds because we scam him twice, but possibly finding a spell, like a Pigomorph, or... No, you know what? The spell that we need is we need Rotten Apple, because we can cast that 3 times and it can kill multiple units of his because it doesn't ever hit the same one twice. And we can actually hit multiple of his units to one toughness, which, assuming that he has a bunch of big trees, can sort of take him out. Alright, so we got 1, so that's half the battle here. Unfortunately, our pumpkin killed himself. So that hits here, this can hit here. Shit, it didn't. Okay, so that's fine. So this needs to hit here. Okay, that's fine. Not ideal, but we did get an extra nice unit in the back. Unfortunately, he gets an extra apple tree, which kind of sucks. So that'll hit here. This can hit a Medusa that. Okay, nice. So we were able to scam this one into a tie. Shit, not great. I appreciate the comments. Okay. So Cupid is okay, but I don't think that that is going to be better than the Pumpkin King. So I'm going to go ahead and roll. And we're going to try and find either more trees or more Medusas, I think, or the Rotten Apple spell. Evil Twin has no targets. Okay, so we got the Poison Apple. So this is awesome here. So now we can look for more units. I think this Medusa is a good pickup normally, because it'll let us fill the board with more Medusas, but I think in this spot it actually makes us too weak, because we don't have enough gold to like find better units to put in there. It is possible that it is fine with this, because then we can... Okay, you know what? It is. So we're going to do this. We're going to take Deca Many Things over this, and do something like this. So the reason being is that we would ideally like to be able to do shit like this every single turn. So we missed 1, but we hit all of the other ones. Alright, perfect. So basically all of his units are super shitty now. Unfortunately, our units are also super stupid, so... it's not ideal there. We're not going to be able to kill him from this, but... so Cupid's going to hit that. That's going to shoot another unit, and then we can... Oh man, Cupid gets to shoot another one. Feels bad. So this is going to pop and make... Oh no, it didn't. He didn't have enough damage. Okay. So we did a little bit of damage there, but not a ton. So that is not perfect. Does this even do anything for us? Potentially. So Pegamorph can deal with one of them, so I think we're going to take it. I don't really care that much about the Siren. I would like to find another Medusa. Apple Tree is a bad upgrade here. We don't really need the stats unless we're trying to put like 3 Apple Trees in the front. So I think I can give that up. Siren again, no. Okay. So basically, this is less good now, the big pigs. We could potentially put the Medusa here, but I'm not sure that that's ideal either. It's kind of hard to say. This Pumpkin King's going to have to really kind of carry the world. We would ideally like to find one more Medusa so that we can try and scam this in the front here. So this was not the one that we wanted to hit. That's actually fine. I don't actually care about that attack. Yeah, so that's great. So this can hit over here, and this can hit there. Nice. Alright, so that's perfect. Okay, so this can actually hit this unit would be best. Alright, perfect. So Combat RNG has been quite nice to us, because this is going to hit and then fill the board full of units again. And then we'll win. Perfect. So overall, that was a much better Waddle game. Obviously, because we won. So I'm going to go ahead and mark that. So we are back to where we started, basically. yeah, so we were able to sort of convert that even though he had the big trees. So that's one of the ways that you can sort of counter the Celestial Tiger tree butt bullshit is with the apple trees and Medusas and sort of doing the scam stuff as well as you can. And you do have to run a pretty good on a couple of combats. It was fortunate for us that our opponent did not find any Ashwoods. If he had cooked any Ashwoods and made them big, then the apple trees are not able to just straight one for one, because then they die, and that can be problematic. There are ways that our opponent could have still outscaled us there. Didn't end up finding him, so it worked out. So we'll go ahead and get into another game here. All right, looking at our options, since we'd like to climb, it's either probably Merlin or Loki. I think Merlin is probably more consistent on average than Loki, so we're going to go with Merlin. Though if Merlin wasn't there, I think Loki is a respectable choice as well. So this is an incredible start for Merlin. So the Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo will take one of these units, and it will actually get all the buffs. Waffle Dino, I really do appreciate the Prime Gaming sub. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and take this. This was exactly the unit that I wanted it to be on. I actually don't mind grabbing the Black Cat in this spot as well, now that we have the Madman. So I'm going to go ahead and lock that. If we find a spell, great. If not, that's okay. Because we already got to get a little bit of buffs here. Normally, the cat into casting a bunch of spells on Merlin is not ideal. But I think it'll be okay. Here, maybe we actually pivot to the Sure Shot instead of the Black Cat. Because the Merlin buffs on the ranged unit are going to be a lot better. Though I don't mind the Black Cat, we do get the free roll here, so we get the extra stats. I'm going to go ahead and lock the second Sure Shot. We will likely take this and then free roll again next turn as well. And then try and pick up either a pair or an additional pair or another unit that goes well with these. How you doing tonight? It's pretty late for you, isn't it? I guess it's only like midnight there, huh? Yeah, so we'll take this, we'll roll. So still buffing the Mad Mim, which is fine. I'm going to take Cinderella. We are incentivized to already be casting spells, basically forever. Because we're Merlin, it's free resources from the 2-1, and this will give us a treasure in a couple of turns here. True. But my schedule for streaming is set to be a bit later to try and catch the evening crowd, I suppose, or the night crowd. Or I suppose, depending upon where some of my viewers are from, the, middle of the day, daytime crowd or whatever. Alright, hits there. This will trade with one of those, and then this trades with that. Perfect. Alright, so looking at where we're at, I do like moving in the direction of the Adventurer. I definitely think that we can afford to do that. I don't even mind the Shard of the Ice Queen on one of these Sure Shots. They didn't really get any buffs, and I don't care that much about Tier 2 treasures, so I think we're going to do that. So we end up with Cut Purse, and it got a buff. That's fine. It could potentially get us some gold later, so I don't mind that. We can't really do anything here, so I'm going to go ahead and roll. These are fine. Earthquake is pretty good. We'll just go ahead and roll. I'm going to lock this Adventurer triple. Triple's really good. There are plenty of treasures that are very, very nice for Merlin. Hat or ball are pretty good. This is a pretty good board for us, I would say. So he has bounty board. So he's going to be a huge fucking problem this game, I think. We are going to get a little extra gold for ourselves, but he was able to slay multiple times with bounty boards. He's going to have a ton of gold. So Sadrak is going to be a bit of a menace this game, I think. In this spot for us, there's a couple of things that we could do. We could take one adventurer, take the Minotaur and use the spell. Yeah, it is pretty bad news, Bears. We could take an adventurer, take a Lonely Prince, and then not cast the spell. Or we could just get the triple now. Interestingly, I think it is probably optimal to... Man, I don't even know. It's pretty close. I think we're going to do this. I think we're going to do this. This might not be correct, but we'll take this adventure next turn and probably pick up the Frog Prince as well to replace the Cinderella. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the answer was there. I think something like this maybe is fine, or this. And maybe this, and then this will just be in the last slot. It's not really ideal for it, but again, it hasn't got any buffs, so it's kind of disappointing anyway. Don't hit the egg. Alright, don't hit the egg again. Really? Come on, game. Well, instead of not hitting the egg, it hit the egg both times. I don't think combat RNG could have been any worse for us there. That was the absolute nut worst attacks in every single spot. So that's cool. We'll take Power Orb. I think we'll Burning Palm this. Alternatively, we could pick this up and Burning Palm it, but I think we're just going to grab this and then do something like this. So that makes this new an 11-4 more likely for it to slay. I think we can put this in the front row now and then move this over. Since it is a little bit bigger because of it got one of the buffs. Sorry, because of the Power Orb, rather. Maybe this is fine. Yeah. Alright, well, this lobby is pretty high roll, I guess. The Sadrak, unfortunately, has been losing a lot, even though they have the bounty board. But once they turbo to 5 and get a bunch of Baba Yagas, they're going to probably be able to scale out of control. Curse King obviously was able to smash us there with that stupid egg. Sir Galahad being at 40 health is a huge problem. Our board is not big enough to be able to beat a Sir Galahad that's high rolling at all. Hit here. Alright, so we hit there. He still gets a buff there. We're definitely going to lose combat, it looks like. This can kill the donkey. Alright, we can interact with this fine. It does beat us anyway because it's so large, but we're basically on the bad side of breakpoints in almost every spot here, which kind of sucks. But we are getting turboed. So I think I'm going to Poison Apple and get our treasure here. If we get to attack first, that would be nice. We could take Piggy Bank and try and get a tier 7 treasure, but it seems unlikely that we're going to be able to get one as we have no way to get runestones or anything. It's probably just this, honestly, to be a little bit bigger. Makes us quite a bit bigger for this turn. And we're still not super unhealthy. We have 28, which is not bad. We could take Cupid. Cupid is probably better than the Cinderella. Or sorry, better than the Frog, I guess. Are we a Cupid gamer here? I don't know what else we're looking for on 5, though. So yeah, I suppose it's Cupid. We'll grab it, slap it in the back, and then I guess we'll roll. True Love's Kiss is pretty good on Adventure, since if it slays, we're not going to need it anymore, but I don't think it's worth a lock, because if it slays, we're going to be on tier 6 next turn. If it attacks, it will get to slay, so perfect. So we're going into 6 next turn, which is nice. We are getting an extra gold as well, though it looks like it is possible that we're going to lose this combat. That was not the hit that we wanted at all. Yeah, basically just losing every combat here is pretty suboptimal, but now we just kind of pick up whatever good units that we can actually acquire. Big Pigs is pretty strong. Stat-wise, it's just a lot of stats, so we're going to take it and then I think roll. So we could pick up the pair here. This thing is pretty shit at this point, but it is a quite large unit. Because it's gotten a couple buffs and we buffed it directly. We might not be able to afford cutting it yet. You can imagine just run it as a unit. Just kind of feels bad. We could toil in trouble here. I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. Yeah, we'll take it. Buff Cupid, that's not too bad. So our biggest unit in here is either the 8-7 or the 9-5. You know, it might be correct that we're running something like this just to get a decent shot in the front. And then, given that, we just want to run our biggest unit in the back here. And then hopefully it dies in the order of this, 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 and then this is able to make pigs in front of the Mim. I think we're going to give up on the Sure Shot pair, since we're already on 6. I'd rather find some tier 6 units. Bearstein would be okay since we already have the big pigs. Gubo would be okay because we have a decent number of good units that we could make work. Something, anyway. We could get going if we actually had a good boy. Alright, so we managed to kill the stag and trade favorably there, which is nice. So we got a decent amount of mileage off of our pigs, which is really good. Did he have a Juliet? Looks like Gar did have a Juliet. We were able to do some decent damage to him there. Looks like he's only on 4, which I feel like most of the lobby is probably sitting around there. So we could make another Cupid. It would be evil, which I don't love, I don't hate. I think I'd rather try to find some tier 6s. This is probably good enough here for a while. And then we can roll. I do like Green Knight. I think we could probably afford to run Green Knight here. So it's going to look something like this, this. And then Cupid would be here. That sounds terrible. Maybe if we could put it here. Probably this. So we could do something like this. I guess still this thing, because it's just our biggest unit. So this has got to go next turn. I think we're going to sell this for this spell. That was a really nice buff, and getting the extra fireball damage is probably going to be important to see if we can actually fuck up what the Sir Galahad is doing. My assumption is that this Galahad is going to be quite large, so we'll have to see. We might be good enough with this Cupid scam to make it work. We are not incredibly strong. That was really good for us, and so was that. So we should do very, very well here. Since we managed to fuck up his backline, his Juliet is just like a really shitty 7-7. Even this gets to live. Yeah, so we just hit him for 13. Okay, well, we're doing pretty well this lobby. 21-21 is better than this by quite a bit. I'm not sure if it's better, 6 gold better, though. I don't think so. I think we can roll. This is quite a bit better, actually. So I like taking this a lot of the times. This is a big unit, but probably not good enough. I think we'll just take Disintegrate and then roll. So our unit arrangement is probably not ideal. I think maybe it's this. and then maybe this, and then we just don't worry about the pigs getting the Mad Mim buff. Could be this, so that it gets the health. So against Geppetto, a lot of times they're going to have tokens, tokens being something like Vulture, so we really want to interact with it with the Cupid. Maybe we don't need the Doom Breath to get the extra attack, and we can just do this. Because if we arrange it like this, then the Robin Hood is getting the extra attack. If we do it like this, the Cupid will get it in the back line. Yeah, I think this is fine because it allows us to guarantee that this is a bigger ranged unit in the back line, making it a 17. Or, sorry, 23. Yeah, I don't mind this. I don't love that the Doom Breath is a bit smaller, but the +3 attack is probably not going to make a huge difference. Sort of depends on where this hits. Or it doesn't hit at all. That's fine. So that's pretty good for us, weakening this a lot. This unit is pretty bad for us, since it buffs itself every time it attacks. So we're going to unfortunately be a little weak on that front, but I think overall we'll be strong enough. He gets to kill 2 extra units with this. That's fine. Alright, so Sadrak apparently did not make it, even with the bounty board, so that's pretty good for us. Pretty good for the lobby too, I suppose. So I don't really need to use the spell. I can actually look for some 6s now. I do like Echo Wood, but I think we need some of the other support for it before that makes sense. So we'll go to a couple rolls. We could make an Evil Twin of either one of these. I think they're both respectable. Though if we find Good Boy, it is a bit awkward because then we don't have... Yeah, a lot of money usually does make it better, but sometimes you just don't get slays. It gets really awkward and you just peter out from that. I'm wondering if a Robin Hood or a Green Knight is just better. This Mad Mim is quite large. I do like Robin Hood a lot as a unit. So I think we'll take it. I'm going to pass up on the Oni King. I think we're going to leave our configuration like this for now, but we're going to have to improve a bit next round. I'm probably going to sell both of these before I cast more spells, though, because this getting an extra buff feels kind of bad. I see. So he ended up with the Medusas that can't actually slay, which is pretty awkward. Normally with the bounty board, you want to make sure that you can slay, and Medusa is really good at that later, especially when you have something like an Oni King, but early on it maybe just doesn't have enough power to do that, which kind of sucks. So we're going to roll. So there's a Medusa. Here's another Evil Twin. We'll just make this a triple and see what we get. So we'll take Magic Sword for sure. That makes this Doom Breath pretty awesome. Even to the point where I might consider doing this so that it might live. Can I afford to buy this? No. That's unfortunate. Maybe I sell this and just run a unit down. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just roll. Soul Attack? Nah. Another Evil Twin. Can make another Green Knight. We just build our trees that way. Why find trees? We'll just find them that way. Fuck it. This makes the Cupid get it. I guess it's going to get it anyway. I guess this unit is just better than that one. Does that mean that I should do this, then? Kind of rather have it in the back, but... This unit and this unit are functionally the same. This one's got range. I don't know. Maybe it's this. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. So he found a Good Boy. Alright, so we really need to kill a bunch of units, so that's awesome. So we should be fine with the super powered Doom Breath here. This gets to kill that in the back for free. Pigs will bump into this, that's fine. It'll make a bit extra fodder for the enemy's attackers here. Excellent, so he misses his 4 glory. He gets nothing extra from the egg. We're going to be able to make another one of these. And it got an extra buff, so that's nice. So actually slap that in here. The options that we have, we could either take the Soul Tack or this extra Cupid. If we pick up Soul Tack, then we can't really put this in. I mean, we can, but we're not really protecting anything then. These units are pretty useless, though, I think, at this point. So it's either that we grab Soul Tack just to have a protection unit, and we can either run one of these in the main and then Soul Tack in the back, and then just have a Cupid protected, like here. Maybe something like this. Or we can just have a second Cupid. And I do think I locked this either way. I think I like this. So I don't know what our opponent is playing. The Green Knight is a pretty beefy unit, though does not have a lot of attack. We're relying sort of on the Doom Breath to carry a bit, and then we'll have the Cupid and the other unit sort of clean up a bit after that. Okay, so that was fine. He shoots there. Oh man, that was a nightmare. Nightmare scenario. Our Doom Breath getting killed there sucks so badly for our chances of winning this combat. We do get an extra big pig there, but that helps a little, but not a lot. That being a 40 to 104 is pretty shitty for us. So the Cupid's down, but now our Cupid is also down. Killing that doesn't matter. It's still the same amount either way. Man, that sucks. That was really unfortunate. That combat was really not ideal for us. Losing that Doom Breath kind of blew dicks, actually. I'm going to sell this and then coin. I'm past this Medusa now. Or sorry, this Cupid. We really need to find like an Ashwood. I'm fine with changing heroes here. This gives a little more buff with what we've got. So I think we'll switch to Pup. And then we can kind of rearrange these a bit. Maybe something like this still. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not bad. There's not really anywhere for it, and I'd much rather look for trees, I think. This is okay. Still not an Ashwood. I think we'll just roll for Ashwoods here and hope that this Doom Breath carries us. I think I do still have to leave it like this, but maybe it's something like this. I think this is okay. Alright, so he's big dwarves, which is a bit of a problem, depending upon how this hits. That was probably the worst run out for it. This will give me some good protection as far as getting to the Cupid, but I think we might just be dead here. We have a shot to not die, actually. Nope, looks like we die. If this hits here, we live, but, man, that's really unfortunate. I thought that game should have gone a lot better. Our Doom Breath was not awesome there, and we really didn't end up finding many 6s. Like, I don't think the pumpkin would have mattered much there, and most of our tree triples were from just making our own, so unfortunate. We did manage to get third, so we don't really lose a lot off of it. Losing 2 is not the end of the world. We are still up on the day, I believe. Yeah, just time. I mean, I would rather lose 2 than lose, 20, right? Because that ends up being a second place. So any place that you get that is better than, that is a better result, translates into MMR, even if it's that you just don't lose that much, so you don't have to gain that much back later. Like the difference between 8th and 6th is the equivalent of getting a first place in a lobby for how much MMR you don't end up losing. So sometimes when your game is going badly, just doing a little bit better to salvage it somewhat is worthwhile. It does feel bad. Losing obviously sucks, but sometimes you're going to take an L either way, and you may as well try to minimize the loss as much as you can. Wow, really? That was a pretty wild game. The dwarf player ended up being pretty big towards the end there. So we could Sadrak, we could Merlin, we could Pants. I actually kind of like another Merlin game. I'd like to see if we can get one that pans out a little bit better. Yeah, that was kind of the spot that I was in. We were doing really well early, and then towards the late game, we had like the plus 100 magic sword dragon, and we just kept getting scammed. Like it would get hit first, or there would be a spell that would just dunk it, and it was really unfortunate. So this is actually a really good start for Merlin. So the scroll's going to be able to give this plus 4/2. So we're going to take the tree. It's going to be a 1/3 next turn, and then we're going to be able to really buff it up. And then we can kind of rely on this happy little tree to carry us through the mid game. Pretty good start. Yeah, Doom Breath is fine. It's not really that exciting. Bread Roll actually was pretty good for us there. I don't mind Mad Mim at all. I kind of don't even hate Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. It doesn't have the best targets. Fanny is kind of butts, and Lonely Prince is fine. But I would rather have a spell to cast next turn that is a guarantee. And we can lead on this to grab something. It's possible that the other 2 units are okay. The only unit that I would buy before casting Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo is probably the Sure Shot. Only because it flips the Lonely Prince. Wow. Oh, right, it's Loki. Like, wow, this guy's super strong. I thought I was doing well. Nah, it's just Loki. Just Loki things. So we'll do this. We'll get a Lonely Prince. Lonely Prince is fine. I don't really care about the pair of Fannies, so I think I'm just going to take a bigger unit. So in this case, it's just the Billy Gruff. And Mad Mim having a little bit of attack, I think, is fine. Makes it so that if somebody decides to get cute with a dragon, that we can, really get it. Yeah, sometimes dwarves just kill everybody in the lobby. Be like that. It's not super common, but it definitely does still happen. Yeah, basically, that's kind of the way that it seemed. Everybody kind of got to 6, and then everything just fell apart, which is what'll happen a lot of times with dwarves. If they snag a Lordy like right when they hit 6, or they get a little bit of extra EXP and get there, everybody just dies. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna grab the happy little tree first, and then use the mysterious scroll. So that's fine. We'll grab the Mad Mim pair. We'll rearrange them a little bit, something like this, I guess. Maybe like this. So having the 2 happy little trees is pretty ideal here. This already having 5 attack on it base, and this having 3, means that both of these have gotten at least some buff, which makes them really nice, because even if our Mad Mims get hit, we still can rumble a little bit. Ideally, we would like to get the tier 4 tree and start pumping these even further, and then we could potentially have this in our late game comp. Assuming that we end up in either good, like with good boys, or we could end up in trees, which I usually try to anyway. Nice, so we are incredibly strong here. Picking up a princess of some sort might be nice to flip this prince. I don't really care that much about this billy goat. The billy goat pair is fine. I think I'm going to sugar and spice one of these trees, though, to make them a little bit bigger. So that was fine. I'm going to go ahead and roll. These are whatever. If I had at least one treasure, I'd pick up the crafty, but without any, I don't care. We'll take this, though. Because it flips the frog, which is nice. We can rearrange the trees somewhat. Is an 8-11 and a 10-5 better than a 11-11 and a 7-5? Kind of close, actually. It doesn't really matter that much, I don't think, against Geppetto. I think it's about the same. Like, it might even be this. But I think this should still slay against a Geppetto most of the time. So I think we're going to leave it like this to try and get the slay from the 4. Geppetto very rarely has happy little trees. So our fail case is that he has like a frog prince or something, and then it hits that and it doesn't slay proper. But most of the other time, the rest of the time, I think it should. Nice, we got the slay. So the dragon hits one of the ones that he can actually kill for free. 2 of them. That's too bad. So the dragon's not hitting like this one. Kind of sucks, but this, if it hits one of these, we should be able to tie this. Okay. I definitely think combat RNG was not on our side there. I think we were pretty favored, but we did get a slay, so that's fine. Is this another game where I just like get the triple adventure and then just slay to win? I think we'll use this here. Nice, we got another buff on the happy little tree. I think I'll go ahead and roll. We'll roll one more time. So I'm not really interested in this Juliet pair. I am going to run this over that, and I think just rearrange these somewhat. Maybe spread around the buff. 714 is probably better than... Maybe we can rearrange to something like this. Because this is pretty good for cleanup duty then. 7 power is pretty decent. And I think this is correct, because this gives us the most chance of actually slaying. And if we hit 2 slays, like, then we're going to be on 5, and we can basically do whatever we want, right? Seeing as though some of the people are still on 3, and we're considering being on turn 5 next turn, I think we're doing alright this game. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Oh, shit, that's so bad. Ugh. Oh, that is, like, absolutely terrible. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. I mean, I guess we get ranch there. We'll take this to get triple. I think we'll just take the lock chest. Neither of these are that exciting, and there are some 3s on Merlin that I actually like. I think we'll take the Heartwood Elder. It is good with the happy little tree. I guess we just grab Kidnap. Oh, nice, it's got another buff. Yeah, I think we try this for one more round. And then, ideally, we at least one of these slay, and then we can, on 5, pick up another tree to start buffing with this. I wonder if we need to take this poly. It is possible that we should take this Polywoggle instead of one of these, like next turn. Now, if the assumption is that we're hitting 5 because one of these slays, then we don't really want to do that. Like, we just don't need to. Hopefully this tree is big enough to carry us, because we've been losing combat in spots where I don't know if we really should have been. The tree is quite big at this point. Magcatter can be pretty strong here, though. Attack here. Shit. We're gonna get fucking ranched here, too. Holy fuck, dude. Ugh. Oh my god. Combat RNG, you are literally killing me here. We did get a Lancelot, I guess, for free because of the kidnap, but he is very small. I'm going to go ahead and roll. I don't mind that, but we don't really have anywhere to put this frog anyway. Probably should have taken that Grimsoul. We could flip our happy little tree. Actually, you know what? We're going to flip our Lancelot. Fuck him. Baby Bear, or Bearstein. Ugh. Not ideal. It is a decently sized unit, but yeah, I definitely regret not taking the Grimsoul. That was a mistake, because it would have allowed us to force EXP. So this is pretty rough, this game. Missing those slays and then not grabbing that Grimsoul feels really bad. We are not in a great spot here. If we find Baby Bear next turn, we can salvage it a bit with this Bearstein. But without that, we're probably going to set ourselves up for a loss here. Which kind of sucks. We'll have to see what this combat ends up looking like, though. We very well may have to replace these with animals in order to be able to be big enough. So we did get a sleigh, which is nice. We are not going to be able to get a second one because it's just not big enough. That was good for us, but we're not going to be able to be big enough to beat the Queen of Hearts plus the Sarcophagus. There's just no way. Shit, we're going to take a ton of damage because all of his units in the back are upgraded too. Holy fuck. Okay, so we're on 5. How do we salvage this fucking game here? Double Mummy. I'm not even sure Double Mummy is going to be enough, but we're going to do it. I guess we buff here, or do we try to roll and find like a Baby Bear? Because we have, what, 2, 3, 4, 5 gold in our hand. So we could sell this and get a 5. Yeah, maybe that's probably better. I guess we find a Mad Mim. We'll take it because we need the treasure, but here I guess we have to take the beans. We could skip the beans, take Sheep and Wolf's Clothing, and put it over here, and then that would be decent with the Bearstein. Because it would summon like a 12-12 or something. We have to give up on these 3. Yeah, I guess. This and this. I fucked up. The token should have been behind the Mad Mim, not the Mummy. This should have been in the first slot, and then this should have been over here. We may end up being okay because we have the mummies in this spot. Looks like he turboed to 6 and only got just an Ashwood, basically. In this spot, I think we have to take Power Orb to be a little bit stronger. Let's rearrange our units properly. Something like this or this is fine. This is probably correct for now. This unit is not ideal, but that's what we got for this turn. We may need to take the Fireball here to hit the back line a bit. Yeah. Like, really, Baby Bear is about the only unit that we can take that's actually going to be good. So Polly is okay, but we don't really have anywhere to put it, and there's no way to force it to get the thing. Alright. We're not in a good spot, I'm going to be honest. We really weren't able to get much together. Hopefully these mummies can carry us to 6, and then we can find like Ashwood, or we can find Baby Bear and another Bearstein, or something. Because we're not even really set up to be able to be Good Boy either. This is not ideal. The tree has done well for us, but we really haven't found anything to go with it, which kind of sucks. Beyond the Heartwood Elder. The mummies do help. They can potentially scam pretty well. Especially if our opponent is something like this. Okay, nice. So we basically are going to be able to scam our opponent out of this one as well. Okay, so that was a good scam. Hit him for 14, which is a lot, and he loses daggers. So we're on 6. I like the Heartwood Elder, but I don't think that we can take it for 4. On this board, we really need a more impactful unit. This is good, but at 9 health, I don't think we can afford to fuck around with Hercules. We could take Big Pigs and Pumpkin King, and then possibly this Apple Tree. Maybe we just switch into Pumpkins. Because we can still afford to do the Bearstein stuff for now. So we could do this. We can get rid of the Heartwood Elder and grab this. And then we could do something like this. And then I guess this can be in the front. Man, I don't even know how to rearrange this. Maybe this Mad Mim's got to go. Giving up on this 24-52 pretty bad. Maybe we can rearrange it like this. It might be that we have to put the Happy Little Tree in the back and then just take the loss on the 3 Big Pigs if they don't all trigger. Yeah, I think this is fine. As much as I like the Happy Little Tree in the front and the pigs in the back, like, if the front row gets killed and then the Bearstein gets killed before the pigs, like, we're really weak then. Yeah, the mummies have been doing quite well. I'm not sure why these were able to buff prior to... Oh, they have Soul Tech. Fuck. Alright, well, that's not good for us. Soul Tech was pretty good for him there. Makes the mummy pretty awkward. Ideally, the pumpkin dies before the Bearstein. Just in case we summon any animals, yeah. Okay. So that was good for us. Our opponent seemed pretty strong there, and we were, I thought, pretty weak, but that ended up working out. I'm not sure about this half pumpkin, half Bearstein comp, but if we're offered this, that's what we're going to take. Now a Good Boy. Okay, so we're gonna take it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how we're gonna be able to arrange this, if we can even fit the good boy in at all, or this other Bearstein. Like, if we put good boy in, then we have to run the tree, which means that we have to take out like the mummies. Are the mummies at this point not good enough? I mean, they've mostly been carrying this up to this point. So if we put in the good boy and the Bearstein, so something like this. Or we could do something like this and summon maybe an extra one. And just take the mummies out entirely. I don't know. We'll see if the mummies would have been really good here. I don't think that they will be anymore. Yeah, they would have done nothing. Which is kind of unsurprising. Mummies start to fall off pretty quickly. All the mummy would have done there is hit his units for a little bit, and then this baby bear would have died, giving all of his units a ton of health. So in theory, we should be okay, though the summoning portal is going to be really awkward with these peeps. It's going to make it pretty damn big. So hopefully this pig dies before these Bearsteins, which looks like is pretty much going to happen. Okay, so we have a chance then. Our summon's obviously going to be 30-30s instead of 10-10s and 12-12s. It's a pretty close game, though. I believe that we can kill our opponent here. So that's good. So I believe we should be in top 4 now. I'm guessing that one of these players is also going to lose. Okay, so that makes sense. Ideally, I'd like to replace these evil units now to make this good boy make more sense. Possibly Lady of the Lake over Great Pumpkin to make extra health. Is that good enough? It's fine. It's not great. It's fine. I think I'll roll. Soltak is pretty good, though. But it is awkward with Bearstein comp. It does allow us to protect our Bearsteins. I think I'm going to roll. So I'm really looking for something like this Grumblegore here to make our good boy a lot stronger. And something like this a lot stronger. I also think I'd like to change my hero power. Let's get rid of a mummy. We might still end up in pumpkins. So I guess we can Zelhua. And then if we win, we actually have a chance next turn. Okay, that's fine. Good boy doesn't die, which is unfortunate. We really do need our good boy to die. Oh no, that's a disaster. So this combat has been going pretty poorly. I would say it could not have gone worse. Somehow we managed to get plus 25 on that because it's our first win of the day, but it also countered as a lower rank first win of the day. I don't believe that we should have died there. Good boy not dying before any of our good units was an actual disaster. Pig died before there was any room for him, so he spawned one. Like every single thing that happened in that fight went as bad as it possibly could, and we died by one unit exactly. And basically any one of our units could have traded with that one, so I will take the plus 25, I guess, even though it's the win of the day. Yeah, I don't really understand why, like, what happened there. That was pretty terrible. Like, combat RNG was not on our side. I suppose it does happen occasionally. We'll go ahead and go again. Yeah, Miser, that was unfortunate, but it'll happen from time to time. I'd like to see if we can get another first or second to actually feel like we're climbing instead of just sort of do nothinging with our games. Third is really the worst place that you want to be, because it feels like you spend a lot of time to just kind of do nothing, I guess, you know? It is a bit of a grind to get up there. This is still a little bit lower than my peak this season. Last season I ended about 55 something. There's still 20 days. I'm not sure how high it's going to climb. Obviously, the ceiling has not been pushed up nearly as high because so far there hasn't been any true incentive to grind it. Like last season there was a benefit where you got the invite to that tournament, right? But this season so far they have not announced anything like that. Let's see. We've played Avella a lot. I guess we only played Avella twice. I think Avella is better than Sharon, though I think Sharon is okay here too. I think we'll just play another Avella game. As much as I'd like to play fun heroes or mix it up, I think we're trying to just gain some MMR for now. Push a little bit. So kind of play a little bit like I would do if I was playing offline, where I just take whatever the best hero is and try to play an optimal game. I don't mind Kitty Cutpurse, but I would rather try and find the cat first if I can. Minotaur is not ideal. I'll probably lock for this to make sure that we have a chance at getting an evil unit. Though the Cutpurse is not ideal, it's fine. Conveniently, this should trade with pretty much anything. Anything that Celestial Tiger can put forth, except for an Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo egg. Should be able to 1-for-1 it. Right, looks like he started on a happy little tree. So in this spot, I think I would rather take the Billy Gruff over the Cutpurse. I like the gold, but I'd rather have the stats so that I can try this for glory. I think the Cutpurse is probably one of the weaker 2-drops that you can take, because requiring Slay on such a small unit feels really bad. I don't mind it here, but I would rather look for cats. Mad Mims. So we're going to arrange this like this. Obviously the Billy Gruff gets an attack from this, but then when it dies it'll give +1/+1 to that, so. We are going to lose this combat because they have Mim plus Cat, which is whatever. So here... Hey, there's nothing wrong with inflation. What are you going to do, right? I don't love this. I don't really love the Mysterious Scroll either here. I guess we just take 2 units. So I mean I should take the pair of unicorns to just be stronger from that aspect. No, I think it's still right to just do 1 and 1, and then we can sell this next turn. So I'm going to arrange it like this, because this will give me a chance of actually slaying, because it'll be a 4/3. And then the Minotaur is going to get the buff from all of them. I guess this, technically, because if this dies first, then this is better. It's pretty close either way. 3/3 attacker is probably better than a 1/5 attacker to start. Doesn't end up mattering. Oh, wow. The double support, like us not having a support feels really bad. Feels like some of the early supports are just incredibly strong, and if you don't have them, you're pretty behind. So we'll take this. This is good. Technically, the stag is a lot better than this unicorn. I'm not sure if it's spend 3 gold on it better. With just the single evil or Queen of Hearts, are we going to be bigger than the Snow Angel just hitting this tier? I wonder. Maybe not without Cat. We'll try it. Right, we'll lock this. That's a pretty good pickup. I'm not sure how to arrange this to be able to make the Queen of Hearts biggest. I still think it's the same arrangement that we had before. Given that this is an evil animal, I still want this to be able to attack as big as it can be. We'll just get strong next turn. I mean, we can take an L if we don't get the For Glory, that's fine. He does miss on that, so that's nice. So we're pretty big here. We're plenty big enough to fight him. Queen of Hearts is quite good, and we got to squish an egg. Rip your egg, bud. We got a donkey. I mean, that's fine. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this. I don't actually care about this unicorn pair. I think I'm just going to roll and see if I can find one more evil. I really don't like Falling Stars. It just kills all our units. That's trash. So roll again. We are going to take this evil queen this turn. We can take it by selling this and this. So we're going to pick it up. And we're going to be pretty strong here. Something like this. Spinning gold is nice. I think we just need to find EXP here. Yeah, it's just a 3 cost vulture. Like, it's pretty wild. It lets us, like, have something stupid like this Minotaur, too, and it's totally fine. Like, honestly, we could probably do fine with just this and, like, spinning gold, but I'm gonna leave it in. Yeah, it's a very strong start here. So I actually made a bunch of new emotes that I'm working on getting added here. Let me see. Not all of them appear to be available yet, but we can add the ones that we've got so far. What are our options here? So I think Vampire is an unplayable card like 99% of the time, and we don't really have anywhere to put him. Spellweaver is unnecessary. We don't really need the healing potion. I think I'd rather roll for either EXP or a triple or another cat. I think those are the only ones that I would actually pick up. Not this cat, specifically the black cat. So we'll go ahead and roll again. I mean, I think the correct answer is just to take the EXP first and then lock the triple. Given that it reduces a unit on our board, and also this frees up our spell slot for another EXP potentially next turn, I think that this is correct. So we got pretty lucky there actually finding one. And then the Queen of Hearts triple is going to be pretty sick next turn as well. I would take something like Sarcophagus, or I would even maybe take the +3 on Slay, or +1 all, something like that would be pretty good. Shitty Laser Dust. That is not ideal. And his stag got to attack. Alright, this combat's going to be pretty tough. Not being able to kill this broccoli for free, like, really shit on us there. Holy fuck, this lightning bolt was insane. I mean, I guess we can wish upon a star here as well. We can get this triple. We can pick up the Sarcophagus and do this. The fact that we got the Sarcophagus should allow us to win combat, even against Fates, unless they are super high rolling. Which is possible, you know, getting the super high roll. It's hard to say if this is going to be good, but if we can get double EXP on this, we can go straight into something like a Mummy. Getting 2 extra EXP is obviously going to be really strong either way, but if we are able to get a third one from this, then we're really going to be in a good spot to pick up like a Mummy and then just transition to Evil as soon as we hit tier 6. We've lost a lot of health unnecessarily, even though I felt that we were pretty strong, which is not ideal. But, you know, this Minotaur being a monster has been pretty shit for us, so that has not helped at all. Like, we really only have 4 animals for our hero power, which kind of sucks. I think I would probably pick up another animal if I see one next turn, as well as a Mummy. So he's hit 2. I think we should be fine with the Sarcophagus, especially if we hit some of these. This would have been probably ideal there, but... yeah, we're fine here. Great. So we do get the extra EXP off of this, which is really nice. Alright, so I am going to pick up the cat because that is exactly what we need here. I'm going to roll and see if we can pick up a Mummy. Nian is probably fine. So I'm going to take Nian. I don't really need an additional Queen of Hearts. That's a bit unnecessary. I don't think we need any of this, really. The Apple Tree is fine. But I don't think that we're in a spot where we absolutely need an Apple Tree. Given that we are... given that we're almost on tier 6, I think I am going to do this. And then see if we can roll for a nice lock next turn. Possibly the Mummy, given that we're a bit ahead of everybody. I think it's fine. So next turn we'll pick up the Mummy and possibly the Sheep. And then we can just basically sit for our tier 5. Sorry, tier 6 rather. Because that'll give us something to replace these 2 units. And then we're not fully out of animals, obviously, because we get the sheep. But then we can put the Nian in this spot. So unless the tiger is super strong here, that was not ideal. These having so much attack is a problem, though. I don't think that we can beat these with what we've got. Unless we're able to kill one so that this doesn't just slam into it. Alright, we're fine. We tie. Not exactly ideal given that they are in a spot where they're pretty far ahead. But we have a decent turn for us here. So we rearrange these a little bit. Something like this, and I don't think we care about the Burning Palm. I think I would rather just save the gold for next turn. The end is interesting because it gives us health, but we have 24. It's not too bad. It's enough that it's unlikely for us to die in one bad combat, and I think we're pretty strong here with the Wretched Mummy. So our plan here is to resolve this combat and then figure out what we're going to do on 6. Whether that's staying with Evil with these 2 or picking up trees and going in that direction. We'll kind of have to wait and see. So here's the new emotes that I have done. The other one is also going to be there shortly here. This one. But I've got them all added. They look pretty decent. I've updated the sad one with a better, higher quality, higher resolution version. And they're looking not too bad. A little small, kind of hard to see, but you can definitely feel the representation of them. So we'll pick up the Nian. Nian's pretty good. Wow, these are some really, really strong offerings. Summoning Portal can be really good with Pumpkin. Ambrosia is also decent with a lot of things. I think it's Staff of the Old Toad because it's going to be difficult for us not to find something. I believe that we're the first on 6. We are. So this should allow us some flexibility to find something. We could try to make ourselves a bit stronger with Cat's Call here as well. Cat's Call is pretty decent. We could put like Nian up here and Cat's Call. And then that'll summon the most amount of cats to try and fuck up whatever he's doing. Hopefully he's not a huge trophy hunter. And then we can roll and try to find something awesome. So Pumpkin here is probably better than this cat. Quite a bit better actually, right? So I think it's worth picking up. Certainly, given that we want to maximize our hits for both the Queen of Hearts and the Pumpkin to make this like a 60-60. And then next turn, because we have the Staff of the Old Toad, should be able to hopefully get some more 6s. And it doesn't really matter to sell the pair of cats because they can't show up in our shop right now anymore. Yeah, Pumpkin probably a little better. Little better. All right, we should be totally fine in this combat here. Pumpkin is going to be able to carry us if this doesn't already. So we did max damage. More than necessary. We could pick up an additional Mummy. We could pick up Mummy plus Poison Apple. That's going to be pretty strong, I would think. And then roll. Roll again, I suppose. So these are pretty useless. I don't think we're going to be dwarves, and I don't think we're really Bearstein. So I think we just roll and look for something better. We're pretty far away from good boys. Given that we have the Sarcophagus plus the Queen of Hearts. I just don't feel like we're going to be Sarcophagus. I don't mind the Baba Yaga. If we had one more gold, I would probably switch out the Mad Mim for the Baba Yaga. Or sorry, yeah, this for this. But I don't think we can afford it, so I think we're just going to roll for something for next turn. Oni King is good. I think we'll just be monsters. I don't mind that. Oni King and possibly the Big Pigs. Like we could put Oni King here, Big Pigs here, and then switch the Nian here. And then maybe move the Pumpkin over one. And just like have the Oni King here. Yeah, I think that's alright. I don't hate it. I do not hate it as an option. So our Pumpkin inting his life away was not ideal there. However, we should still be fine with the Sarcophagus here and the second Mummy, though this Godmother does counterfeit what we were doing quite a bit. It's like pretty awkward. This Queen of Hearts should be plenty big enough though. Well, maybe not. This is pretty big. It appears that we are going to be fine because we have a high attack unit against a bunch of high toughness do-nothings. So that ended up working out for us. I still think the plan is to Move these around a bit and just do this. I don't mind this. I don't think that we're particularly strong, but I think we still need to leverage the Queen of Hearts at least for one more round. If we find another Pumpkin or another Oni King or something, we might be able to get rid of the Queen of Hearts. But for now, I think she's a bit necessary. I think I'd like to roll once, just because I'm bored. Okay. This game is not going terrible, I guess. I mean, I feel like we're winning, but it won't take much for our opponents to outclass us. It is interesting that there's still somebody on tier 5. Everybody else is already on tier 6. Getting Pigamorphed here is pretty shit. These mummies certainly lose a lot of value when every single opponent that we played in the last 3 rounds has had one or more fairy godmothers. Not having our scaling unit in the back does kind of suck. I think we're going to be okay because we have this Oni King here sort of scaling our attackers. This still being alive is pretty good here. So the pig being able to trade with that is nice. That dying kind of sucks, but that means that this should be pretty good. I feel like this sarcophagus is making the triggers really weird on Mummy. Because like the godmothers have been going off in between the sarcophagus firing, and then the Mummy just doesn't fire. It's very weird. So this is pretty good. Maybe we don't need this Queen of Hearts anymore because we have both the Pumpkin and the Ashwood. Do we run both? Is it even worth picking up the Ashwood? Pumpkin is certainly good here, right? But is the Ashwood necessary? It is functionally worse than this Nian, except that it summons a 5 instead of a 4 with the Pumpkin. But the Ashwood gives us a potential better late game if we pick up 3 of them. Or if we triple these pumpkins into a round table. Yeah, alright. Fuck it, we'll take it. I'm not sure if our lineup is right. We're definitely getting fucked up by, like, a lot of stuff here. Spells, dragons. This dragon is a nightmare. Yeah. Oh my god, he has Tree of Life. Oh, we're just dead here. We literally can't beat Tree of Life in like a million years. It totally negates like every treasure and every unit that we have. That is a bit of a feels bad. Like, how is our opponent on Pumpkin? He has like... It feels like not enough units to make that worthwhile, but... I don't know. He does have a Tree of Life and a bunch of 50 units, so... It's been doing pretty well for him. Yeah. Replace a unit. This, if it hits here, no. Take max damage here, basically. I hate Tree Life so much. It is really pretty butts when you're trying to play something like this because you just can never actually beat it. Actually getting hit with the dragon was pretty bad too, but The tree life is really what sealed the nail in the coffin there. I think we're going to have to take the Disintegrate and then roll. That's awkward. Taking this plus the Disintegrate made it so we can't buy the Pumpkin King. I mean, I'm locking this for sure. It's possible that I need to buy one of these Medusas this turn. Over a Mummy. Something like this, I guess. Next turn, I'm probably going to buy the other Pumpkin, the Medusa, and it was all a dream. Like, sell 2 of the units in my hand. Something like that, anyway. So, our opponent has a Soul Tech, of course, so that didn't work. And now we're dead. Awesome. We had an upgraded Mummy. And an upgraded tree, like multiple upgraded trees. Wow, that... I feel like we didn't play that game that badly, and we just got very unlucky in a lot of spots to lose the way that we did. Wow, and we still got 5th? Fuck me. Holy shit, that sucked. I don't even know what to say about that game. That was trash. That was actual trash, the outcome of that. Okay, guess we'll go to another one. I feel like we were literally scooping up every tier 6 unit that we saw that was even close to fitting in our comp, and our opponents just had way more of them, and they were all upgraded. So, I don't know. Like, couldn't beat the Tree of Life, couldn't beat whatever. Whatever. Well, moving on to the next one. That sucks. Puts us below where we were at before, where we started even. Kind of unfortunate. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Gar, like, maybe I don't pick up the Robin Hood there because we were so far away from trees, and then I could have upgraded the Pumpkin. But I don't even know if that would have made a difference. Like, our opponent had an upgraded Ashwood and a bunch of, like, way more treasure. We literally had 2 treasures all game, right? And so he just had, like, way more treasures, and his units were 100 attack. That's 140 because of the upgraded Ashwood. So we're competing with, like, a bunch of mummies that, you know, tried to scam basically all game, and that didn't end up working out. What do you do? I'm going to take Celestial Tiger. I do think that Celestial Tiger can be a bit frustrating for the same reason as what we had last game, but I think he has a lot of potential for high rolling, given that you can get Treasure Map and then get almost directly to a Tier 7 or whatever pretty easily. And there's a lot of Tier 7s that are essentially strong enough that you can kind of get carried to the rest of the game pretty well. Yeah, that's fine. These are not the best units ever, but Tiny's fine, Polywoggle's fine, Wizard's Familiar's okay. They're a little bit, we're gonna be a little weak next turn. Maybe we can flip this Polywoggle depending upon who we fight against. But Tiny can trade reasonably well. Humpty Dumpty. Not having a good unit kind of sucks here too, but that's alright. We're going to lead on the Poly and see if we can hit something, and then have Tiny attack next. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to slay. We are going to give our opponent 2 extra gold here, which kind of sucks, but we don't take any damage, so I think that's really what's important. This is actually pretty good here. This gets closer to a treasure. This is a 2-2. We might just sell the poly and pick up all 3 of these. It's hard to say if the Wizard's Familiar or the Polywoggle is better. Wizard's Familiar, since we're going to have the Cinderella, is probably going to be like a 4-4 or 5-5. We don't end up getting a lot stronger this turn, but we should be able to be stronger for next turn, hopefully. Giving us, since we have a pair now, and this is going to be pretty good in a couple of turns. It's not an ideal start. Even picking up something like a Fanny might be okay. We don't actually have enough units to interact with him, but we do take min damage, so it's not so bad. I will pick up the Fanny just because it's a pretty decent support here. I'll just use the free roll and try to find something else. So that's not it. We'll go ahead and roll. It doesn't look like we found a treasure here. Picking up a 1-1 doesn't really seem that good either, so I think I'll just roll. I'm going to lock the Mysterious Scroll here. Pretty awkward turn, but we do end up getting a Cinderella treasure next turn with the Mysterious Scroll, so it's probably fine. I may even be able to pick up this Brave Princess depending upon what treasure we get. If we get something like the Sling, so that all of our guys get +1/+1, I think we'd probably be able to take the Brave Princess. 6-5 certainly has more chance of slaying than a 4-3. Wasting a gold here kind of sucks, but I don't think we could have played that differently. At least not any way that made sense to me. He has a lot of eggs and a lot of pigs, so that's fucked up. I mean, when you crack one of his eggs, he has a really weird tempo spot to try and get more value there. So I'm going to take the scroll. Wow, scroll hit us a Turkish Delight. I mean, that's really strong. We could take Dragon's Nest and just pick up the dragon. That's a pretty decent stat increase. Maybe we just roll. Oh, that's so good. Okay. So we'll grab Crafty. Crown of Atlas is pretty medium here. Fountain of Youth is fine. It's probably Fountain of Youth. Ring of Meteors is okay, but we're a little bit early for Ring of Meteors. We don't have any trees, and we don't really have any passive scaling, so I think I'm just going to take Fountain of Youth and then switch this out for the other Fanny. Something like this. And I'm going to actually lock for this tiny. No, I'm not. I'm sorry, I'm going into 4. I'm not going to lock that. It is nice to get the treasure, but tier 2 treasures are pretty good. No, I'm going to lock it. I lied. One of these times I'll figure it out. So the tier 2 treasures give you a chance of getting the chest that opens into 2 3s. Which can get you straight into a tier 7 treasure if you hit treasure map. So I definitely think that it's worth picking up. Though it does feel kind of awkward, obviously. So we'll take this and roll. These are not great, so we're going to roll again. Another Crafty is decent, because it's just a large minion. We could cast the Healing Potion, which just basically makes this the same size as this. Mikusi, appreciate the follow. I mean, Horn of Olympus is really nice in a lot of spots. Not every spot, but there are a lot of spots where it can be really nice. I don't think I take either of these. Maybe the potion is fine. And then I guess this is also okay. It's probably just better than this, right? Just like way more stats. Tiny's kind of bad. Yeah, this is fine. Maybe do this because this is already pretty big. Yeah, this is alright. I wanted to roll to try and find something, maybe another, like a lightning dragon would be really strong. But I just don't have enough gold to reasonably roll for it since I took the... what did I take this turn? Not much. Oh, the tiny? Yeah. The tiny plus the thing, sure. That's a pretty low gold turn. I mean, we got extra EXP for pretty cheap, so... he didn't get any XP. We were able to kill one of his backline units. This should be able to kill this just fine, and then we'll clean up the rest of it. So he's going to take a lot of damage here. Not sure why he Falling Star is his own guy. I guess because it doesn't really matter for him. I don't really care that much about Lucky. I think Brave Princess is not going to slay at this point. It's a bit late for that. I will take this Lightning Dragon, though. Seems pretty good. So Lightning Dragon seems awesome. Candy Rain seems awesome to give it a little bit bigger. Could take Greedy. I think I'll pass over it. I'll take this Tiny, though. Runestones. Yeah, I like Runestones. It's not exactly ideal, but now we can try to target Tier 4 treasure to get a 6. Or once we get to 5, we can look for something like Nian's and just get a 7. It does make it a little awkward because we're probably not going to be able to support the Fannies much longer, but I think we could actually just swap it out for something like this anyway. Because we just don't need this small unit. Maybe this? I think it's still this. Yeah, I mean, pumpkin RNG happens. Like, there are some pumpkins where you vomit out, like, literally just trees or Medusas, and you just destroy whatever your opponent is doing, and it's awesome. And then other times you summon a bunch of wolf in sheep's clothings and just, like, absolute trash, and it sucks. It's always kind of a mixed bag. It sucks that we didn't kill this Romeo. We literally got to attack it twice for him not to get the extra unit. He has Cat's Call, so he's going to summon a bunch of cats. They are not that large, though, so I think we'll be okay anyway. This Crafty is going to be able to clean up just fine. Crafty is a very strong unit early, especially if it's tripled, because it just gets so many free stats, basically. Let's go ahead and roll. I'll take an EXP spell, I think, if we find one. I'd probably take a Lightning Dragon as well. Yeah, that's pretty good. Mostly good because it lets us just have a lot of stats without having to necessarily triple. I don't actually care about another Baby Dragon, weirdly. It does give us more stats, I guess. Maybe it's fine. Maybe we just put it in the back like this. I mean, we could technically put both of our Lightning Dragons in the back and then just like have our front row be Baby Dragons. Like, do something like this. Maybe this. It's kind of weird, but we're going to, like, fuck up his backline, whatever it is. I mean, technically these are the biggest units that we've got, right? This is maybe a little bit bigger, but it's less toughness. Yeah, I don't mind this. And then I would like to try and triple either the Lightning Dragon for a 6 or find 3 5s to get a tier 7 treasure. It's kind of wild that we're like battling dragons here, but he also has Dragon's Nest. It just doesn't make them quite as big. Alright, nice. So we were able to deal him some damage there, get to 5. So we could pick up like monster books. Or we could roll and see if we can find like a Nian or something else that makes more sense. Wombat. Not sure Wombat is really that much bigger than anything else that we got going on. I don't want to pick these pairs up yet. Apple Tree I like. So I think we can switch out something like this now. And we can double scroll here. So this will give us a tier 6 treasure. Do we want to try and get a tier 7 treasure? Or do we just commit on a tier 6 treasure? Maybe we just do the tier 6 treasure now. Yeah, this has got to be better. We'll just take a round table now, and then we're just going to be awesome because we'll have a round table, right? Yeah, that's just got to be correct. I like the tier 7 treasures quite a bit, and obviously they're all very, very powerful. But I've played a lot of games where I end up trying to shoot for something that just is unreasonable, such as, in this case, hey, I really want to hit the, the slightly better tier 7 option, right? And you just never find the tier 5, or you're sort of doom rolling for it, and then you just wasted a ton of time that could have been spent just better, doing better things. Ideally, I think we're going to be trees here. We're going to use these dragons for now, but we're going to try and get out of them as quick as we can. They're good for basically the next 2 or 3 turns, but our opponents are going to catch wise that we're doing tree shit, and then they're going to just destroy us by ignoring it or by buying a soul tech. So I think we can take this tier 2 treasure. I think we can take Hermes Boots now over the Fountain of Youth. Makes us a little bit weaker, but not by much. So let's roll. I'd still like to find EXP. I don't mind the Heartwood Elder here. I guess we take this as well. We'll put it in. It's not, it's like whatever. We're going to let the Nian go because it's pretty expensive. I would rather find something like an apple tree. Or even, honestly, if we find EXP next turn, I would probably buy it still, since we want to roll on 6. Because we already have round table, like we are very well set up to be trees. And that's kind of where I'd like to end up. So hopefully we get to kill both of those, which is really nice for us. And then we get to kill this one, so without a backline, his comp is pretty bad. He's going to make a slightly bigger Medusa, or a slightly bigger guy there, and then it's just going to get killed. So, okay. Alright. So, we're looking for EXP, we're looking for more trees. We could do both. If I find this tree, then I don't really need to use the EXP, right? Because if we take the Rotten Apple tree, then the EXP is basically going to waste because we're already almost on 6. So I'm just not going to take the EXP here. This one I don't hate, though. Extra health is fine. Yeah, I think we'll take the extra health one. And then we'll get one roll for tier 6. So we found a big pig. We could masquerade into 2. I think we'll just let it go. Because again, ideally we're not in big pigs or anything of that sort. We are almost exclusively looking for trees. Really any of them are going to be good at this point. I don't even know if I would mind like a Grumble. Given that it would make our trees or our dragons a little bit better. Alright, we should get to be able to fuck up this Romeo. It doesn't look like we did. We got to kill one of them before the Juliets died, so that's nice. We should be a-okay to kill this opponent here as well. Okay, that's good. Got a little bit of extra health from this, which is nice. Alright, so now we can roll for Ashwoods. So Grumblegore, is fine. I think I'd rather roll. This is great. Roll. Knighthood is good if we already had Ashwood, but without the Ashwood already, I'm not interested. I'm going to take the free roll just to get an extra gold. Okay, that's alright. I'm going to put this in over this, maybe. Kind of want the double pump. I guess this is fine. This gets a little bit of buff. Gets an extra decent amount there. Hi, Line Grinder. How you doing? Doing all right myself. We were doing well on our journey up. Yeah, it's not doing too bad today. Yeah, we were winning some games. We were up to 4,500, and then we had a pretty bad Waddle game. I'm gonna put up the VOD later, but I had a game where I had a game with Piggy Bank and the Holy Grail, which was very fun. Fun to watch, fun to play. Definitely worth checking out. We had 1,000 gold and it never went away, so we just got to literally do whatever we wanted until we had perfect trees, to the point where I was just rolling over stuff because I was missing it, and it was great. Let's pick up the lucky coin. I don't really care about the crafty pair that much. What tier 2 treasure would we want at this point? There's not a whole lot, so I'll probably roll past that. Again, we're just looking for Ashwoods, mostly. We don't even really need Hercules. This is pretty pointless. And unlucky. Kidnap might have been worthwhile. Evil Twin is okay. It does give us a Green Knight. Can we buy it now? It doesn't look like it. We'd lose too many stats, so I'd probably just roll past it. Echo Wood is good here. We have a similar problem to last time where we don't have enough room or enough gold to buy it. So I think I'll just do this and then lock for now. And then ideally we're going to buy this Echo Wood. It is decent stats. It's a lot of attack and a little bit of health. Plus it gets +2 from this. So it's like okay stats, but once we get an Ashwood, it'll be a lot better. That was not ideal. Hitting this would have been a lot better. Alright, great. So he loses a lot of his health from that, so it sort of counterfeits his good boys a little bit. I don't know if we are strong enough here with the Slays. We are enough to draw, so that's okay. Alright, so we'll take this Echo Wood, and then we'll roll. And again. I think, given that we know what our opponent is playing, I think we can take the Disintegrate here. Yeah, we really need to find something pretty quickly. Not having an Ashwood is pretty bad, but like it really doesn't change a lot for just a single Ashwood. It gives this the same, right? And these are about the same. So essentially what we need is either multiple Ashwoods or like a Robin Hood would be pretty good. Even a Doom Breath might be okay, because it's probably going to be better than this Lightning Dragon, given what our opponent has. Unless something dramatically changes for him, obviously. So we'll have to see what happens. We should be able to win this combat pretty easily now that his whole back line is dead. Alright, so that's pretty good. Basically, because he has so few units, we're kind of able to counterfeit him a bit. Because really, you know, these apple trees have been very nice. I think we can take this. I think is pretty decent. We do end up having to remove the Heartwood Elder, but I think that's fine. So here's a Doom Breath. Do we lock for that? So based on what our opponent was doing, it didn't seem like it would have been great there. This is definitely nice. That doesn't do anything. Nah, I don't think we want it. I think we're going to roll, and I think we actually get rid of this as well and just roll again. So Knighthood on the Echo Wood is kind of medium. I think the only thing that we're going to Knighthood is probably an Ashwood if we find one, as that'll make us quite a bit bigger. Now, because we have 2 Green Knights, a regular Ashwood would be pretty strong, because it would be giving all of our units 40 attack, and then we'd get additional health from there. So that was pretty butts. This is going to attack. That's the worst one. So we trade here. Alright, that's not so bad. So we have a decent amount of options here. So our dragons are a bit small now, so we really need to get rid of them. That's really nice. I guess it's something like this. Yeah, something like that. And then we can roll again. Ideally, we'll find any tree except for this one. I think this is a downgrade from what we currently have. I think I'd like to just roll. Yeah, so we'll give that a little bit of extra health. And then this Lightning Dragon, again, is pretty disappointing, but it is what we have for this turn. Any tree would have likely been stronger than this Lightning Dragon here. We just don't have one, and finding an apple tree to make us smaller is not the strategy here, so all of our trees are going to be at least 44 44s, which is not huge, especially not given what our opponent has. So yeah, basically the way that the... we might be taking some damage here, depending upon... no, we're going to trade again. So yeah, so the way that the static effects work against the single target effects, I mean, I guess we'll just do that, is... So your buff that gives this good is effectively like a token that says this unit is good, right? But if you have the static effect of a treasure that says these units are evil, the units will be evil right up until you no longer have the treasure, and then it will show up as good again. So because it forces them to be evil... if this dragon is terrible, I think we should just switch out this happy little tree. Nice. Yeah, so basically it will end up being evil while you have the treasure, and then it will go back until you get rid of it, yeah. So as long as you have a static effect over here that's just always applying, you know, it is saying, make your guys evil. Or the one for the animals, Crown of Atlas will do the same thing. So if you have an evil good boy, it will always be good even if you use Evil Twin on it. So Evil Twin, when you have the Crown of Atlas, is very, very strong. Oh shit, he has round table trees now? What the fuck? Can I kill him here so that I don't have to deal with this shit? How did he get round table trees? Hit here. Oh, man. How is he bigger than me? How does this happen? Ah. Alright, well, I guess we're in the battle of, like, who can be bigger round table trees. I suspect that he is winning because he has a good boy. Robin Hood is very strong because it makes me have a ranged unit. Knighthood on the Echo Wood will allow me to outscale him. Because then my Echo Wood will be twice the size of his. And then I can actually put it in the front now. Kind of awkward, though. Because, like, mine is technically bigger because I have the upgraded. But his is getting more stats from his other units, basically. By, like, a little bit. Maybe I don't put it in the front. Maybe I still do this, and then hopefully this kills one of his units. Yeah, that's got to be correct. And then next turn I can knight it, and then it will just be massively bigger than his, I think. Because this gets to attack first, which is nice. Hopefully he doesn't scale too much higher than me. Yeah, so that did fuck all. Him having Singing Sword as well is not ideal. That sucks. Singing Sword is really, really strong. I may end up needing to get a treasure to be able to actually interact with him here. So this hopefully can kill his Echo Wood before he gets a chance to, like, get bigger with the good boy. At least that's what I'm going to try for. So ideally, we are able to hit his Echo Wood if he's still going to have it in the front. I'm not sure why he would do that. But my only real chance here is that his good boy smashes into these apple trees. Otherwise, he's just going to have way too much health, I think. I don't know. I don't know if I can actually win this. Evil Twin on the Green Knight. Can I also pick up another tree? 5, 8, this is 13, so that's not enough gold. Shit. Maybe I have to Medusa like this and then put a Medusa in. That might be worth considering because I have first attack. Well, it looks like it doesn't matter. Because the Echo Wood should be big enough to kill him. Apple trees were very, very good there. So, good game. Even with all the extra tier 6 treasures, we ended up coming out a-okay. So that's first with the Celestial Tiger, plus 42. Not too bad. Yeah, it's like the apple trees are really important there. Obviously, our opponent was bigger than us in a lot of ways, right? Our Echo Wood was bigger, but if his good boy is huge, like that ends up being stronger, and his Echo Wood almost certainly shouldn't have been in front, given that he knew that we had the 2 apple trees. He really needs some stuff to be able to kill those. It is really small. That's the biggest I was able to make it. I mean, you can see what it's doing, right? But it's possible that I need to, like, I don't know, chunk out the lines or something on it. We are a bit under 5K. What time is it? I was not feeling great before the stream started, and I am not feeling awesome now either. I may end up just calling it a bit early tonight and trying again tomorrow. Yeah, I think... I mean, I think normally we'd play one more game, but I'm feeling kind of crappy, so... Yeah, I could do that maybe. Maybe zoom in on just the head, not have the whole thing, and maybe up the contrast a bit. I just got these done today, where I was able to rip the high-res images of them, so I got the full size of them. So I can kind of play around with it a little bit and figure out what the optimal thing is. I really needed them to... I ended up just pulling it from Unity. So there's a process for getting them that is not ideal. I don't know why my contrast on my green screen has been so shitty today. But I'm going to probably call it a night. I'm going to go ahead and send you guys somewhere else. I really appreciate everybody that hung out and watched. I will be on a little bit earlier tomorrow at, I believe, I'm targeting like 8 Central is what I ended up deciding on. Yeah. So later, but a little bit earlier than I normally would be on. And we'll try and grind a little bit higher. We did fall a bit short of our 5K, but not by too much, so it's really not the end of the world. We ended at the 498, right? Yeah, so not too bad. Yeah, I for the high-res version, you can actually go into Unity, and all the resources are just in your the Steam folder for it, and there's ways of extracting them so you can actually see them. I don't know if it's the highest res version that they have. It might just be the high res version that I was able to get. But yeah, so I'm going to work on that now that I've seen it in the small one. It might be correct to just like zoom in on the head and have it so that it has a bit more definition, maybe even more contrast. But yeah, I'm going to see who's on, and then we'll send you over somewhere else for tonight, at least for a little bit, and then we'll try again tomorrow. I think I'll probably send you over to Ginger Nation. He's kind of up and coming, and it looks like he's been doing pretty well tonight. So I'll send you over here, and I will see you guys next time. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I do send out alerts when I come online, so if I'm streaming in an off time, it'll pop up for you as well. Yeah, I think we did pretty good today. Not too bad. Had some fun games at the very least. And yeah, definitely check for that VOD. I'll probably get it uploaded shortly after I'm done here. I might just highlight the part where we actually have it. I'm not sure if I'll do the whole game. We'll see.